Mic test, 1, 2. All right, we can ask all the volunteers here in the atrium to come here forward. We'll be giving the schedule to all our students, but we will start in 10 minutes, exactly at 9 o'clock. So volunteers, please proceed here at the podium. Volunteers. At least for the atrium volunteers. If we can hand out our schedule. We will start in 8 minutes, exactly at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Mic test, 1, 2. Mic test, 1, 2. All right, we're going to start in 2 minutes. If we can ask all the volunteers to gather all the students to start sitting here at the atrium. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. The orientation day for the first day of orientation week. Volunteers, go around. Please gather all our students to proceed here at the atrium. Thank you. We will start in 2 minutes. All right. Good morning, everyone. Morning. So before we start the whole workshops and the orientation week, um, I would like to call on our academic manager, Shauna Sheldon.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Canada and welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. My name is Shauna Sheldon and I head up quality assurance at the college. But today I have the honor of kicking off our orientation sessions with a land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations communities, Inuit and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, and we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can all continue to support the process of reconciliation. Thank you for that. Now I'll turn things over to Nicholas to kick things off today with a run-through of what you can expect and throughout the rest of the week.
Thank you, Shauna. All right. So good morning again. Welcome to our orientation for the spring and summer new intake. My name is Nicholas Reyes. I'm one of the project heads for special programs here at the college. And it's really great to see everyone here on campus. Last orientation, we started doing our orientation on campus and also virtually. So this is live in YouTube. So if you have some workshops that you will not be attending and you want to watch it online, it's also live virtually, okay? And so for today is all about orientation. We have lots of workshops throughout the week from Monday all the way till Friday, okay? So I will give you guys a quick snapshot of what will happen today so you can figure out what workshops you want to attend and what are the most important ones, at least for today. So next slide. So today, this is our week. As you can see, we do have workshops from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are more of like workshops that involves Canadian culture, guard me, insurance, immigration, very important, housing and accommodation, keeping students safe, and academic integrity. And followed by Meet Your Co-op Advisor. All of these workshops happen at the same time, so I will explain in the next slide that you can choose your own schedule. So there will be classrooms you see on your handouts there. But also we will be doing some games during the break. So if you want to win some prizes, some nice Lambton gear, maybe some Tim Hortons gift cards, so please join that one. It will be live here at the atrium later. And then, of course, the program information sessions, which you will meet your program coordinator. So at least you get to meet at the start your program coordinator. So at the start of the semester, you know who to talk to if you have any questions about your program. And Thursday and Friday, we have some APA workshops and some student portals workshops by student services. And we have a food truck coming here for the students, so lots of food. And I'll explain later more the other workshops we have for the week. So next slide. So the whole schedule you have is a very flexible one, meaning you're going to choose your own adventure. So the main two classrooms we have is two venues is this. This is the atrium. And the one on the second floor here, where you see the glass, that's the will room. Okay, so atrium, will room. And then the other classrooms there, you see there's a room 126, 127, 128, 221, 223, 225. They're all here in this building. If it's 126, it's on the first floor. If it's 223, it's on the second floor of this building. Okay? So throughout the week, you will attend your workshops and your sessions. So next slide. So what's important here is if you are SCMT, who's SCMT here? Okay? And OHST. You have to go to your sessions right after this opening to room 126 and 127. The rest can stay here for student services and guard me, or Canadian culture and immigration, okay? But if you are SCMT, please go to room 126. If you are OHST, please go to room 127. The rest of the day is very, very flexible in terms of what you want to attend. There's breaks in between, and our snack break maybe some of you guys got some of the older handout. It's at 11:45, okay? But before that, we have a director's welcome at 11:30, and we have games uh, at 3:45. But if you are PMLT or PMIT, please attend at room 126 at 1:30. And towards the end, all our program coordinators will be at room 126, 127, 128, 221, 223, and 225, as you can see here at the bottom. So you're meeting your co-op advisor and your program coordinator today, if today is your program. If today is not your program, you're just here to attend, feel free to attend the other workshops, okay? So very straightforward. Next slide. It's just an example. If I am PMLT or PMIT, I can do student services, housing and accommodation, and in the afternoon, I'll do the academic integrity because I missed it in the morning. Same with Canadian culture in the afternoon, okay? So feel free to choose, okay? So you get to go around the campus, and our Tim Hortons is open today, the whole week. We actually have a Tim Hortons in the next building, which is part of the campus as well. And at the end, please don't forget to meet your program coordinators. Very important at the end. If you're already here, maximize your time. So during the week, you can check out some of the workshops or even some of the presentations that will be done here at the atrium and the will room as well. Next slide. And so let's take a quick example. SEMT, morning, and then he goes to the next session, academic integrity, because he's not doing either of the two. Next slide. So quickly, and then, so I'll go back to that one. And then he goes to other workshops, and before the day finishes, he will go back to meet his program coordinator. Very straightforward. You guys have that online as well in our Lambton College website, if you want to check the classrooms as well. All our workshops in the atrium will be recorded as well. So you can watch it at home if you need to check it out, all right? So for today as well, later, closer to lunchtime, we have the student clubs, student councils. If you have questions about maybe your co-op, about your resume, or some off-campus jobs, please check out the second floor. The study room there will be all about student activities in that second floor. You can sign up to volunteer, also like for maybe some job tips. Very, very helpful on that second floor. You can check that out during the breaks, okay? And also, this is the whole schedule for the day. We will be posting this here during the breaks if you have questions or anything. And we have lots of volunteers. If you guys have any questions on like where this classroom, please feel free to ask them. All right? So I don't want to keep you guys longer. So please go to your, if you're SCMT and OHST, please go to your classroom. The rest can stay here or the second floor. All right? Thank you so much and have a great day, guys. All right, we will start in 2 minutes if you're here at the atrium. If you're going to the will room, please go now. We have Canadian culture and immigration in that classroom. Please go. Here is student services, me, okay? And SCMT, please go to room 126. OHST, room 127. Thank you. We will start in 2 minutes. Please proceed to your classrooms and venues. Thank you. Right, volunteers, we can ask all the students here sitting down, please proceed to the will room, okay? Volunteers, let's gather all the students sitting down. Let's go to the will room, upstairs, guys. It's two presentations, okay? We will start now. You can go here or in the second floor. Please go to the will room. Everyone, volunteers, let's guide them upstairs, all right? Thank you. All right, to jumpstart our workshop for the first one, I would like to call on our student services. We have Tenny and Caroline. Let's welcome Tenny and Caroline.
Hi everyone, we're so happy to have you with us today. Welcome to Lambton College. We're going to be starting with our student services presentation today. So, who are your student services team? Who are your advisors? You're going to see, that's me, Tenny, and of course the lovely Caroline. You're going to see our faces so much during your studies here that you're going to get sick of it, so get used to it now. We are going to be helping you as far as your personal one-on-one advisement when you do come to see us. If you are experiencing any issues or concerns or questions you have, you're going to be either with Caroline or myself. We have extensive experience in mentoring, leadership, customer service, so I would like to think we're pros at helping people, so that's up for you to judge. Yeah, we're going to be going through the schedule. Actually, Nicholas did, so please refer to your slides if you have any confusion about where you're supposed to be when. But of course, we're going to be doing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday presentations about student services, and then Thursday we're going to be doing an introduction to various portals that the college uses. So please make sure, well, if you like to, you can bring your laptops. And this is really going to help because as we're going through the portals, you can kind of at your own pace, click, 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 find out where, to go to for what, as opposed to later on trying to remember, what we said, where to click for what. So if you'd like to, you can bring your own devices on Thursday. That'll be really helpful. I'm just going to pass it over to Caroline.
Hi, good morning everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good? Awesome. Welcome to Exeter College. Okay. So this will be a presentation for new students. So thank you so much for taking the time to attend today and to be here with us. For today's agenda, we'll inform you how to contact your student services team and areas of advisement and services that we can offer you here at Exeter College. Students can access information regarding the Student Services Department on Moodle. So you can see on this slide here, this is the Moodle page here, which has Student Services. So as you can see, we have a view of the Student Services screen there. So to access any information pertaining to the Student Services Department, you can see that the red icon, which is just at the top, will indicate the Student Services tab. So click there to access this page, and you can get more information regarding our department.
All right, so how do you contact student services? Of course, you can come see us in person if that is what you prefer. You're going to go to the 271 building, which is where we are now. You're going to go to a reception desk. There's an iPad, and it has a program called QList. You can sign up, and we usually invite you in about 5-10 minutes, depending on how long the person we're with is going to take. So we, of course, encourage you to come see us in person. It's just easier, when we know you, when we get to have a conversation with you. But we understand that's not everyone's cup of tea, so you can always send us an email. You're going to email studentsservices@cestarcollege.com. So that's usually going to be, we'll get back to you in about 24 to 72 hours. Please try not to send more than one more than one email about the same issue, because it does slow things down and it just confuses it. It confuses us. So it's always good to just send one email, and you can put as many concerns as you want in that email. And of course, we have video chat hours. If you go on Moodle, under the Student Services tab, you will find the schedule for video chat hours. So if that's, if it's hard for you, if you have a lot of online classes and you don't want, you can come see us, you can always choose that option. And of course, you can always phone in as well. So Student Services, to give you a brief introduction, what it is, it's a hub of information. What does that mean? It means when you don't know where to go in the college for the specific information that you're looking for, you're going to come to us. We've done a lot of research about what various departments of the school do, what specific advising they can provide you. So when you are confused about any issue, it doesn't matter what, you can come see us. What we're going to do is we're either going to directly help you because it's within our power to do so, or we're going to give you specific information about which department you have to go to, how do you get in touch with them to get the information that, is personalized towards you. So essentially, again, Caroline's gonna talk about it in a little bit more detail, but what we're gonna help you with is your academic journey, your mental health, your personal advisement. So there's a lot of avenues that we take as far as helping you.
Okay, so the categories of services we offer, just mentioned above here. So we offer academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. So we'll be going through each category now together. Okay, so at Student Services, we provide academic support, such as information relating to college policies. We provide insight into the procedures and objectives of the policies. We provide tutoring service referrals, which allows students to connect with the department to provide study resources, writing and language assistance, and reaching the student's academic goals. With grade appeals, any student registered at Sister College may appeal a grade awarded in a course or any judgment decision made regarding the student's learning competencies or graduating from a program of study. So for further information, please refer to the student policies regarding grade appeals. The next slide, we'll talk about registration and finance. So, registration and finance. This team are here to assist you with program course registration, tuition and fee payments, grade assessment, transfer opportunities, student records, and convocation and graduation information. So on the slide, you can email student services or the registration team at registration@sestercollege.com for any registration or finance inquiries. As Tenny had mentioned, just send only one email as it goes through a ticketing system and it will resolve in multiple tickets with delayed responses for you. So please ensure that when you are emailing the registration department or student services, that the email you email from your Lambton College account. Please do not email from your personal emails. In terms of academic scheduling breaks and leaves, transfer credits, so students who wish to apply for transfer credits, academic standing from a previous educational institution should follow the transfer credit application process. Dates and deadlines, so you refer to the important dates portion mentioned on the Lambton and Toronto website, such as fee payments and anything that pertains to the college. Fee receipts, these can be found on your My Lambton portal.
So I always encourage students to refer to your program map. This can, of course, be found on your SESTR database. It's really important because it's going to give you an idea of what courses you're going to be taking up until to the point that you graduate, and also what courses are prerequisites to other courses or core requisites to other courses. So it's really important to get familiar with it. It'll really take the anxiety away of, oh my gosh, what happens when I fail a course? What are my options? You can always come see us. We can walk you through it. We can make sense of it. But again, it's kind of going to be your best friend. You want to print it, put it on in your corkboard, and just keep referring to it. It's really going to help just take away from a lot of the confusion and anxiety going through your each semester. All right, so student account updates. So there's two portals that you're going to be updating your information. One is Sester database. So these are things like your address, your phone number. Please do go on the Sester database, update your address to the Canadian address, as well as the phone number to the Canadian phone number. It's really going to help in the case that there's any emergencies in the school, so that the school has a way of getting in touch with you. And yeah, you may say, oh my God, what are the chances of that? You never know, right? So it is important for the school to have a way of getting in touch with you. And also you can update your address. So if you do update something on Sestar, make sure you update it on your My Lambton portal as well, because we do use both portals. And study permit, work permit. So you're going to want to upload those on your Sester database. Please do so. Not everybody has a work permit, but if you do, then please upload that as well. Again, on the Sester database. If you're not able to, if there's any technical issues or if you don't know how to, you can always email registration@sestarcollege.com. If you, again, want us to walk you through it, you can, of course, come see us as well. If regarding passport updates, please do email that to studentservices@sestarcollege.com. Conduct and complaints. All right, so again, I'm encouraging everyone to go on the Lambton College website. Under the policies, you're going to see student rights and responsibilities. It is really important, as long and boring as it may sound, for you to take a look at it and get familiar. This really shows you how you're supposed to conduct yourself in your classrooms, on college grounds, towards other students, towards instructors, towards member of faculty. And also it kind of makes you aware of how other people are supposed to act towards you. So how are you going to know what behavior is okay, what behavior is not okay and not professional? So please do go take a look at that, just for your own safety as well. And then if there is any times where you have a complaint towards a classmate, an instructor, a member of faculty, you can always, of course, we highly encourage you to come talk to student services advisors. And we're going to help walk you through the policy, walk you through how you're going to go about launching a formal complaint. And it also just helps to talk to someone about it. Maybe there's, some miscommunication, or if you're experiencing mental health issues resulting from those incidences. Again, we can really help you and direct you to the proper resources.
Okay, so the next slide, I'll be talking about Student Council. So just a brief overview, the Student Council team is a group of selected students who collaborate with students to impact their school community. The goal of the Student Council is to have one representative from a list of following programs. Students who are interested in participating as a Student Council representative, all should apply. The students in the council can lead the way to positive change. Any council representative are required to maintain a good standing with a minimum GPA of 2.8. So, please present at all student council meetings and to act with integrity, professionalism, and exemplary conduct at all times. Mental health, okay? So, here at Sestar College, we assist our students with mental health concerns. We support our students with personal, academic counseling. We can refer our students to the appropriate organization that can help their concerns. At Student Services, myself and Tenny, we promote health and wellness, and we can provide access to resources in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, pertaining to mental health and wellness, including hospitals and clinics. We can provide phone numbers, addresses, closer locations to you, whatever support services you may need, we're here to provide it for you. Next slide. So, we will be giving you an overview of the support services we offer for all of our students in regards to mental health, sexual violence, assault supports, and housing information.
Okay, so starting with health and wellness referrals and resources. So a lot of times when you are going through, things like anxiety, depression, if you are going through sexual assault, harassment, and bullying, it is always good to keep in mind that these are not issues that you can just ignore and it'll go away. It is important to come to talk to us about it, whether it's happening on the college grounds or off college grounds. So it's what we're going to do is we're going to try to find the correct resource for you that's the most accessible, right? So we're going to find you counseling, whether that's online or in person. We're going to really personalize that session for you so that you can have access to these resources as quick as and as pain-free as possible. Because it does affect your academics should issues like this happen. So mental health is taken very seriously in this school. So we also have mental health certified staff on our college staff. And what these individuals do is, again, they have the knowledge, not just to be able to find you the correct sources, but also to be able to give you a little bit of advice in that department. So of course we have Ash, Brian, Olga, Peter, and Prince. So please do feel free to email these individuals and request an in-person appointment or a video chat appointment if you have any mental health issues that you would like to discuss with them. And of course, you can always come to us, but if you do feel that we're not being as helpful as you would like us to be, or you need a little bit more of a knowledgeable, specific advice, you're going to email these individuals. They're just always a good resource because they are certified. Okay, so again, I think I touched on this a little bit, but mental health, why do we think it's important? Because we want to make sure everyone understands it's not a taboo topic here. It's taken very seriously. It is not a weakness. It is not shameful to talk about these issues. So we're very open about it. What it's going to do is it's going to change your journey, your academic journey. It's going to help you be able to focus better. It's going to affect your relationships with other people, with friends, with family members. So it is really important to get the help when you do feel like it's affecting you. And also, everyone has the responsibility to not make someone else feel ashamed if they are going through a mental health issue, to not minimize it, to not make them feel ashamed that they're going through it. So saying things like, it's all in your head, or you should be more positive, or, well, I feel anxious too, why is it an issue for you? So these things are really hindering people from getting the help that they need. So it is always, as a friend, as a classmate, you can be encouraging, but also not make it shameful for someone to go see a counselor or come see student services about it. So if anything, you should be encouraging each other to do this versus not.
Okay, so we are here to support our students by promoting healthy and safe relationships for both men and women. It's okay to ask for help. We're here to provide all our students with advocacy and awareness. If you or someone you know may have experience or have further interest in learning about sexual assault or sexual violence, please contact Victoria. Her email is stated just on the slide. Okay, next, sexual offenses defined. There's 4 types of sexual harassment. It could be verbal, such as sexual jokes, rumors, name-calling, threats, harassing phone calls, pursuing someone into sexual acts. Nonverbal, display of sexual pictures, photos, obscene gestures, body language, whistling. It could be written, sexual graffiti, notes, emails, Facebook, and other social media platforms. It could as well be physical, forced sexual conduct, grabbing, pinching, fondling, concerning, etc. Impact of online sexual harassment includes but not limited to sexual harassment of this kind can make a person feel any of the following: threatened or scared, exploited, coerced, that their dignity is violated, humiliated or degraded, shamed or judged, upset, sexualized, discriminated against because of their gender or sexual orientation, feel guilty, or that they are to blame.
All right, so staying safe, all first semester students should do this. Essentially what it is just modules that you're going to complete. All first semester students are enrolled in it, so you're going to see it on your Moodle. It's really helpful because it's going to go over, every module is designed to battle a topic or present a topic that has to do with staying safe. So whether that's, finding appropriate housing, something that's not going to put you in a sketchy situation, or whether it's employment, you want to make sure, how is your employer supposed to treat you? So these kinds of topics, and also things like, the idea of consent and what is sexual assault? How do you know you're experiencing sexual assault? Cybersecurity, so how do you know, what emails you're supposed to respond to, what personal information you're supposed to disclose? So it's really going to help you. Again, it may seem like a lot of material to read or questions to answer, but trust me when I say, when the time comes and you do need these information, you're going to thank yourself for doing the module because you know the answer. And if anything, I would even take notes of specific information, links, any important websites that you might want to refer back to later. All right, so what are barriers to disclosure? So a lot of times students are scared about reporting something or going to see someone about it. I hear this a lot, students saying, I'm afraid of backlash. I'm afraid of someone knowing that I complained about them or knowing that I came to seek information or help regarding this topic, and they're gonna try to retaliate, whether it's another student or instructor. So the college has zero tolerance for that. So we are well aware at this point about, we have enough protocols in place to stop that from happening. So there's never a circumstance where that should scare you from coming to see someone about it. And also, there's a lot of shame and guilt associated with it as well. But what you want to keep in mind is if you do report something that you feel like is unfair, what you're doing is making it easier for future students, future generations, your own classmates. You're kind of setting the bar for how students should be treated, right? So if you do feel like you're going through an unfair situation, you're being harassed, you're being bullied, please do come see us about it, because again, what you're doing is helping other students. So as much as you want to help yourself, and that's important, but again, we can help you through those feelings, but please don't let that stop you from coming to see us about it. It's about the bigger picture, right? So we have some data here, especially regarding sexual assault. So you can see there is 997 assailants who walk free when they do commit sexual assault crimes. And a lot of time what happens is that person doesn't know that they're doing something that is violating someone else. And a lot of times they do know. So why is it important to report? Because again, you don't want that happening to someone else. And you want to make the person aware, even if you don't wish them ill, but you want them to be aware that what they're doing is not okay, and it is violating someone else's privacy and their personal space. So you do want to come and report that to us if there's any sexual assault, violence, harassment, bullying happening, especially on school grounds.
So the next topic we'll be talking about is housing. So as international students, you have plenty of options when it comes to where to live while attending Lambton College in Toronto. So housing and support tips. The Sester College team at Lambton in Toronto is here to support our students in finding housing accommodations. We can assist students by providing information on short-term housing options or long-term housing options. So on this slide, here is a map of the GTA, which is the Greater Toronto Area, which is provided for students to view on Moodle, to provide links for students on lists of Toronto's neighborhoods and our Lambton College in Toronto page. We also provide to our students valuable information as the Landlord and Tenant Act and the Landlord and Tenant information for students.
So if you have any questions regarding housing, whether you're looking into renting a place and you have questions or you need a little bit of help and resources to go about that, you can always email housing@sestercollege.com, student services@sestercollege.com, or again, if you prefer to have a full conversation about it, please do come see us and sign up on the queue list portal just beside the reception desk. And it's really good, to join the social media groups as well, not just for housing, but for other college, other college social media channels that we have. So Facebook, Instagram page, WhatsApp housing group. This is really good because you're getting a lot of questions already, that you may have in your head pop up there, or a lot of announcements, a lot of updates, fun videos, fun interactive videos that kind of make you aware of a scenario, or it could be a mock scenario. So it's really good to add us on social media and follow us there as well. Yeah, and that's it for the student services presentation. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Again, if you think about it later, please do shoot us an email, come see us, especially because you're new. You may not know what you don't know, so when you do think of it later, don't wait till the problem occurs to come see us about it. Be proactive, and when you have a question, make sure you get your answer. And I'll tell you, friends, as great as they are, they're not the best source of information, so please get clarification from us, okay? Thank you.
Okay, that's it for our presentation. Thank you guys so much for coming today, and we wish you all the best in your academic journey with Sester College. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline and Tenny. Again, as they mentioned, so if you don't know or you have any questions, please always ask the staff. I know you guys always talk to your friends, but again, important information, always ask the right department, the right person, okay? They're here all week. If you guys have any questions, you can also visit their office hours. They have their one-on-one appointments. You can also schedule that. Anyway, so now going to our next workshop, I would like to call on Lucia Quigley from GuardMe Health Insurance.
Thank you, Nicholas. Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? All right. Thank you for your time. Very, very appreciate it. My name is Lucia Quigley, and I am the account manager for GuardMe. GuardMe is the insurance company that you all international students have while attending Lambton College. So I'm going to, but the purpose of today's presentation is to bring to your attention all the services available when you get sick while you are a full-time student here at Lambton. So I'm going to, okay, let's go. All right. First of all, just welcome to Canada. It's a very exciting experience that you all have, the opportunity to take. I was once upon a time, many years ago, an international student myself, so I understand what you are going through. And because of that, on behalf of GuardMe, I want to let you know that we are here to support you if you ever get sick or are in an emergency situation. Not to overwhelm you, but to make you aware of the expenses if you don't have an international policy or a healthcare policy while you are in Canada as a non-resident, as an international student. So it is expensive, and GuardMe has partnered with Lambton to make sure that you have the coverage you need while you are doing your studies. So not to worry, all these expenses will be covered if you ever need to the doctor, if you ever need to call mobile doctor, if you have to go to the ER. What I'm here to let you know is I'm not going to read benefits. The benefits are available to you through the custom site, and you can access them anytime, anywhere. Just go to the site. I will let you know which is the URL that you need to be visiting. But I want to make you aware that anything new and emergent, any illnesses, sickness, accidents that hopefully won't, but if they do happen, you are covered 100%. We don't have deductibles, we don't have co-payments, and any of that hidden fees. So if you get sick, I want you to know how you're going to get that ID card, the healthcare card, so you can access our services and get the attention you need. So this is just an overview. It's not all of the benefits, it's just the most important ones, right? So anything that is hospital related, a doctor, prescriptions that are related to the event or the sickness that you are experiencing will be covered for 60 days. Ambulance, if you happen to go outside of Canada for a short period of time, there is coverage in place. So if you get sick, let's say you go to the States for less than 30 days, you go for a weekend or a week, you go to a doctor, you pay, you get the receipt, and then you submit the claim. The only place that, or the only country that you don't have coverage is your own home country. We're assuming that you're coming from where you will reside, so you don't need to have our coverage in place. Dental is only, so the policy itself, maybe I should have started with that. The policy itself is $5 million. However, dental coverage is not $5 million. Dental is less than that. It's only covering you for emergencies and accident. And those are the benefits right there. So up to $5,000 if you have an accident, blow to the mouth, you lose a teeth and you have to go some critical surgery, you have $5,000 for that. If you have pain related to your mouth and root canal, whatever that is, you have $600. There is also a benefit for contraceptive that you can access to it. It's $40 every 30 days. And a very important benefit that we have added as of last year, maybe a year and a half ago, is the maintenance of chronic conditions. So if you need some access to the doctor to maintain a chronic condition, you have a benefit up to $10,000 per year. So 365 days, the benefit will kick in. After this presentation, if you have specific questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. But I'm also going to tell you where you can email directly, because I don't work at claims, so I cannot tell you, yes, it will be approved, or no, it won't. But I'll tell you where our claims team is, our customer care team, so they can answer specific questions. This is just, by the way, this information is in this pamphlet that it will be available to you in a physical hard copy, so you can all have one copy for your own reference. At the back is where the email addresses and phone numbers are in case you need to contact us. But just a regular overview, we have what we call the emergency benefits, what we call the non-emergency benefits. So some benefits are emergent. Yeah, you got in an accident, you broke a bone, you are bleeding, you fainted. Those are emergency. But some benefits are not emergent, meaning they can wait. That's basically what emergency means. So what would that be? Pregnancy, paramedical services that are related to an event, some testing. You are maybe studying a program that requires some vaccination, so there are some coverage for that as well. Annual care, so eye care, that's very important. I always get asked this question. So for those of us who need glasses, reading, or for afar, we will cover the attendance to an optometrist so you can check your prescription. We will not cover the eye glasses itself or contact lenses. So that's the benefit that is available. It's non-emergency, but you have it. What happens in that case is you will go to the eye doctor, you pay for the benefit, you keep the receipt, and then you go into our site, submit the claim, and get your money back. That's what we call claims refund. So I will explain a little bit that further down. Like in any other insurance policy, there are some exclusions. Please make sure that you get familiar with the fine print in the policy. You can download it. By the way, that's not the full policy, that's the summary. The full policy is like a 4-page black and white document. I want to be honest with you, it's not fun to read, but it's necessary. Get familiar with the policy wording, okay? Anything that is not medically necessary. I want to get a massage because, I don't know, whatever is not related to an emergency or an event. I want to get my teeth clean. I want to get some cosmetic procedures. None of that. I already mentioned, that is very important that sometimes we international students don't understand is what is called over-the-counter medications. So let's say you call mobile doctor. And by the way, mobile doctor is your best new friend. Mobile doctor is a service available to you 24/7. If you have any pain, symptoms, illness, sickness, you can call the virtual doctor and they can even prescribe medications for you. So let's say you call mobile doctor and, oh my goodness, you got COVID, because that's the reality we live in now. And they say you need to take Tylenol or Advil to get the fever down, whatever it is, and you need to have some rest. Yes, the doctor prescribed the Tylenol and told you how many milligrams you have to take per day. But Tylenol is in itself an over-the-counter medication, which means you can go to any pharmacy and grab it out of a shelf and pay for it. It's not necessary to have a prescription. Now, if you have an infection If you have an inflammation that requires a prescribed note, then you have to, then it will be covered. But the over-the-counter medication will not. So that's one of the big exceptions to this. I already mentioned the contact lenses and the glasses. Those expenses are not paid for. The last one is very important because although we are all, we are all adults, and alcohol and some recreational drugs are legal, if you are under the influence and you get into a claim situation, the claims adjuster might deny your claim because you were under the influence. So just be aware that because it's legal, it doesn't mean that it will not impair your judgment when having some actions or activities. So keep that in mind. Very important information here. Everybody's might thinking, well, when am I getting my card? When am I getting my policy number? Today, what in May 1st, you are covered as of today. So all of you who start the spring term, or is it spring or summer? We call it spring and summer. Okay, so everybody starting today is covered, whether you have received the welcome email or not. What does it mean? If you are sick tomorrow, go to a doctor, any doctor, pay for the visit, keep the receipt, and then submit the claim. When are you going to submit the claim? When you receive a welcome email from GuardMe to your Lambton College email account. I will explain how that works. Once you get that email, you're following the steps, and you're going to receive the GuardMe Healthcare Access Card. It will have the policy number. Just check that your name is correctly spelled, your date of birth is fine. You can present this to the pharmacies, you can present this to paramedicals to access the direct billing method. What that means is when you present the card to our network of doctors and clinics and hospitals, you don't have to pay for the visit. That doesn't mean that you cannot go to any other doctor or healthcare practitioner. But if it's not part of our network, you have to pay for the visit and then submit the claim. I hope everybody's clear with that. I will explain a little bit more down the road, but anyways, when you receive this piece of information, just make sure that you print it because you need to have a hard copy if you are going to a hospital. And I will explain to you when do you go to the hospital because it's not the same as in our home country. We only go to the hospitals here if we are really in a bad situation, if we're bleeding, etc. I will explain that. I will not jump ahead. But so this is how you download it. This is the dashboard image that you will see. Make sure this is where download healthcare access card. You have to open a GuardMe account. So once you received the welcome email that looks like this, just make sure you click on the button, the blue button, and follow the steps. You have to set up the two-factor authorization for security purposes. I know I don't like it. It's just so many passwords and so on, but you have to go through the process. If by some, circumstances you are overwhelmed and you don't know what to do, I know I do get like that sometimes. This is our toll-free numbers, our customer care team. They are 24/7 available to you to answer any questions and to help you through any questions and inquiries you might have. Just make sure that you download this as soon as you receive the email. Now, they ask me, Lucia, when am I getting the email? So today is day 1. After day 10, we will receive all the clean list from Lambton, from all 3 campuses, and GuardMe will release those policies after day 10. So when the dropout date is, the cutoff is done. That will be around the 3rd week of May. So I will repeat, you will receive the welcome email around the 3rd week of May with the welcome process and download the policy and so forth. Don't stress, we've been doing this for 25 years and the process works. We cannot expedite sending you your policy because you want to have it before everybody else. We just need to follow protocol. I can assure you, you are covered. So if you are sick, again, you go to a doctor, pay for the receipt, pay for the visit, get the receipt, and then submit the claim when you receive the welcome email. So I'm going to explain how the triage system works specifically in Ontario, because it's very different than in our home countries. And I'm talking about my own experience. I come from South America, so when I get sick, basically in Colombia, I go straight to the hospital. Now, I've been living here for 25 years, but again, it's the same process. Here in Ontario, it doesn't work like that. So we have a triage. What it means is we go to certain places before we hit the ER. So if you have minor illnesses, like any of these listed here, some of them are even treated at the pharmacy. And I'm going to bring a case that just happened over the weekend. My 14-year-old daughter got sunburned very, very bad. So it was like probably second-degree burn. It was super bad. Panicking, we didn't know what to do. We didn't take her to the ER. We took her first to the pharmacy. And the pharmacy gave the medication that she needed, and she's better now. I did take her to the walk-in clinic on Saturday because I still wanted to check. I waited for 3 hours, and I kid you not. 3 hours, and the doctor said there's nothing really that we can do. She's doing what she should have done, and so go home, basically. Nothing. So if you have any minor illnesses or discomfort or pain, try to go to the pharmacy first. Now, if you don't, if there's something else, you can also, and I will highly recommend that you connect with mobile doctor. You don't have to pay for the visit. If you are being requested payment, you're in the wrong website, meaning you went directly to the Maple site, which is the provider for mobile doctor. So get out of that site, go back to the GARMI/mobile doctor, sign up. You need to sign up for this service with the policy number. And then you can talk to a doctor. You can connect virtually and so forth. I'll explain how that works. But for any of these minor illnesses that could not be helped through the pharmacy, mobile doctor can do it. Now, if you're in an accident, car accident, you fell on the ice, you broke a bone, you're bleeding, you can't see, you fainted, any of that, please don't call mobile doctor. You need to go to the ER. And that's when you call 911, you get an ambulance that is part of your coverage, and you go to the nearby hospital. I will strongly suggest that you get familiar with what is around your home, what is around the school. So in case that you ever need doctor, you know where to go. Just check that out, please. It's very important. What I'm trying to say is, don't go to the ER, and that's what I brought the case with my daughter. Don't go to the ER, because I went to the walk-in clinic, and it took me 3 hours at 10 a.m. on Saturday. You go to the ER, and you'll be there for 10, and I'm not exaggerating. You can test it yourself if you want. And they might even send you back, because it's not really an emergency. So emergency means emergency here. But you have a very great service. I really want you to sign up as soon as you get the policy number. Don't wait, because what happens is you say, oh, that lady, she said something about mobile doctor. I didn't do what she told me to download the policy, and then you're sick. Good luck trying to find that email, okay? And that link does expire. So just do it right away, get it over with, open your mobile doctor account, and maybe you never have to use it. But what if you do, you already have done that step. So 24/7, you can only access mobile doctor once a day. Prescriptions might be even sent to your home address if you request that service, or you can actually pick them up to the nearby pharmacy. You tell mobile doctor, I live young in Eglinton, I live in Brampton, I live in Mississauga, wherever you live, this is my address, and they locate the nearby pharmacy for you. You wait, you show an hour or so, you bring your GARMI card, and then you pick up your prescription. So it's really convenient. You didn't pay for the transportation to go to the doctor, you didn't pay for the prescription, and you got your issue solved really fast. By the way, we were trying to get mobile doctor with my daughter, and I don't have it. So you guys are really privileged, because Ontario residents, we don't have this service. If I wanted to call mobile doctor, it would cost me like $90 per visit. So take advantage of it. That's my advice to you. You can use mobile doctor anywhere in Canada. So if you're here today, if you're in Montreal next week, if you are in Niagara Falls, if you're in Brampton, anywhere. Vancouver, if you decide to go to the West Coast. So, and it's 24/7. Because flash news to you, doctor's office, they close at 4, 4:30, maybe 5. Weekends is a gambling. Some of them are closed, so you really need to have that service open, the account open. And it's very simple. You just connect, you start chatting. Sometimes you need to have video conference in case there is some skin issues, like I would say with my daughter, but sometimes it's not. They will tell you whether a medication is needed, and then you select how you want it, to deliver to your home, or you can pick it up to the nearby pharmacy. And that's it. It really is fantastic. Now, if there are any questions related to coverage, exceptions, particular medical cases that you have, please connect with customer care. I do not have the power to say yes or no. I really don't. That's not my area. But you need to connect with customer care if you are going to go to pay for any additional testing. If you are going to pay for x-rays, for blood work, for whatever the doctor, when you went to the walk-in clinic, sent you ultrasounds, etc. Why? Because those exams are not part of the direct billing, meaning you don't show up with the card and they will do the exam for you. You have to actually pay out of your pocket. So make sure that before you pay out of your pocket, that expense will be refunded to you. Are we clear? Because this is always where people get confused. Okay. Check eligibility. That's basically what I'm saying, okay? I've mentioned this before. There's a custom site created just for you attending Lambton here at Toronto. Sister College, this is the site. Please make this URL your favorite, because in here you can find, you're a current student, and you can find a whole drop-down menu on the left that you can select where to find the Canadian clinics near you that are part of our network, how to submit a claim, how to check your account, and so forth. Mobile doctor. Everything is in here. So just play around with it, get familiar with the information available to you. In the event that you are here with your spouse and or your children, heads up, they are not automatically covered with your own insurance. This is not a family insurance, this is an individual policy. Remember that second slide or third slide that I said how expensive it is to access the healthcare system in Canada. So if they don't have coverage, we are offering to you to purchase a policy same as you have at very low price. You can pick whatever you want. We're just giving you the option for your family to have your same policy. You can go through that site, go into adding a dependent on the left side, and then you select your family member must match your own policy. You cannot purchase by month, you cannot purchase 5 days. It's just from May 1st until the end of your term. They have to match. And believe me, I've compared prices around in the market, and we're very inexpensive. And I'm comparing the coverage, the fact that we don't have deductible, and services like mobile doctor and so forth. So just saying. This is very, not want to spend so much time here. Just my account feature, what is available to you through that site. Again, you can download the policy, you can download the detailed summary. You can submit claims. You can review the status of your claim. So let's say you submitted a claim and you want to know where you are at with the claim. Did they receive it? Did Garmin receive it? Did they approve? Did they deny? Did they pay? What's going on? You can select the review of your claim, the status of your claim, and they will tell you. So I'm going to sometimes, and this is when it comes to submitting claims, that's what it will show. So it will show if you have dependents. This is just a screenshot of the dashboard. It will show when the policy expires, the policy number, how many claims you have, the address. So make sure that everything is in place. Now, I already mentioned that you can find where the nearby Canadian clinics are, depending on your location, right? So how to find a Canadian clinic on the left side in the URL. But what I want to show you is the options to make claims. So when you pay something out of your pocket, this is a Lucia advice that I always convey. Anything you pay, keep that receipt and take a picture of the receipt. I've been in this industry for 20 plus years, and I've seen so many students crying because they lost the receipt. Without that receipt, there is no money back to you. So simple. Make sure you keep that receipt handy. Now, how you get your money back is up to you. Do you want us to deposit a payment through your Canadian bank account? We will also have the option for you to receive like MasterCard online money. You can start using the money online right away. If you are heading, upon return to your home country, we can send a wire transfer to an international bank account. Fees are applicable, so keep that in mind. There is also the paper claim. Some people still might submit claims in paper. I particularly don't recommend that because it takes longer for you to get your money back, so do it online through the site. Upload all the receipts, okay? Now, it takes about 5 to 10 business days to be safe for you to receive your money. If the claim is fully completed, the form, the papers, all the information, review this. Sometimes students send all the information and they forget to sign and date the form. That stops the process. So our claims team will connect with you. So just be aware of that everything needs to be fully completed. The second item is really important. So let's say you went to the hospital and the hospital gave you a bill, gave you an invoice. So what you need to do, and this is your responsibility because your name is on that bill, so you are responsible for payment. You need to go to the claim site in our website, submit the claim, but the payee is going to be the hospital, right? Because we have to pay on your behalf. Make sure that you don't delay submitting that claim, because if you wait too long, collections might come after you. They are not coming after Garmi, they're coming after you. So it's your job to submit that claim so we can pay them. Let's say your significant other, your homestay, your teacher, I don't know, a friend, pay for you. So you want Garmi to pay them directly, you can do that. So you need to specify who is the payment going to. Sometimes that gets confusing. So make sure that you do that, specify who the payment is going to. Attach any receipts, medical records, medical notes that you can possibly obtain, especially if the case is a little bit complex. If you got a flu, there is not much medical records you are going to get. But if you have something more complex, especially something that is chronic, ongoing, that happened prior to the start date of the policy, you really want to get those medical notes from the doctor that is seeing you. You have to attach all of that, okay? So very important, the custom site, very important, the email address for customer care, the telephone numbers. Now, do I have time for them to ask questions if they have any? So if anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer them. I think that's all for me. I just really want you to know cover as of today. After day 10, that's about the 3rd week of May, you will receive the welcome email. Make sure you follow the steps. Don't wait. Please don't wait. Just get that policy there, print it, and open the mobile doctor account right away. Get familiar with the custom site, get familiar with the policy and the exclusions. If you already have a medical conditions and you want to get ahead of the game, connect with customer care, okay? Other than that, my job here is done. But if you have any questions, I'm so happy to answer them. No? Too early? Too early for questions? No questions? All right. Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you for your time. I know insurance is not the most exciting part of your day, but it is important if you ever get sick. So anyways, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lucia. Lucia will also be having a booth there on the 2nd floor if you have any questions. Anyway, we're going to have a quick break. Please feel free to go around and start proceeding to your next workshops. And also, we have some companies here throughout the week, CIBC, Freedom Mobile, one of our sponsors here for this week. Check them out, Bell. There's also a mattress company, Plus Communications, Rogers, and BMO. So check them out. Thank you so much. Quick 15-minute break, and please go to your sessions. Thank you. Mic test, mic test. 1, 2. Mic test, 1, 2. Mic test. Can you go to 1, 2? So quick break, and please proceed to the next session. For atrium at 10:30, we have housing and accommodation, plus keeping students safe, and academic integrity and student success at the Will Room. Okay, so please make sure you guys check that out. And we have the student clubs and student activities that will be setting up before lunch on the study room. And the director's welcome at 11:30. So we're still on break. Please proceed to your classrooms and venues. Thank you. So you walk the stairs? Yeah, and go there. And turn left. Thank you, Caroline, Tenny. She's there, yeah. In your laptop? So there.
Okay. So the next session would be starting around 10:30, housing and accommodation and keeping students safe. So please be at the atrium to listen to wonderful session on housing, accommodation and keeping students safe.
So again, we have some companies here for the week. We have CIBC, Freedom Mobile, Bell, the Mattress Company, Plus Communications, Rogers, and BMO. They'll be here throughout the week. Please check them out. And our sponsor for the week, we have Freedom Mobile. So they have some good deals, so please check them out. Thank you. We will start the next session at 10:30. Thank you. All right, we're going to start in a few minutes. If we can ask all the volunteers to ask all the new students to start proceeding to the classrooms. We have 2 classrooms. We have the atrium here. We have housing and accommodation, keeping students safe. People on the top, please go to the will room. We have academic integrity and student success. The sessions will start in a few minutes. Volunteers, please direct our students in the atrium and in the will room. Okay, so we have 2 classrooms, 2 venues. So volunteers, please ask our students to go to the next sessions. We will start in 2 minutes for the 10:30 workshop. Thank you. Again, volunteers, please ask our students to direct them to the classrooms already. It will start soon.
Do I have to introduce? Oh, you did it. Shall I? Okay, please have your seats. Now we are going to start our next informative session, which is housing, accommodation, and keeping students safe. I would like to welcome Joya and the team from North York House Community.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome all. Welcome to Canada and welcome to Lambton College. Before we start, as part of our main value of our organization, I'm going to start with land acknowledgement. We at North York Community House acknowledge that the land on which we are gathering is the traditional territory of many First Nations, including the Haudenosaunee of the Six Nations Confederacy, the Huroneri, Wendat, Ashnabeg, and the Mississaugas of the Credit, whose long-standing history have helped shape the world we live in now. In the spirit of reconciliation, we honor indigenous stories, worldviews, the cultures, and acknowledge the enduring presence of First Nations, the Métis Nation, and the Inuit peoples. Thank you so much. Let me introduce my team. I am from North York Community House. My name is Jaya Surendran. I'm a community lead at North York Community House. Here is my great team. We call ourselves International Student Connect Team. Mayra Sahangar, Wendy Lee, she's an employment counselor. Subhashini is also a settlement worker as well as an international student. So she can talk about her experience too. So we are here. The important thing that you wanted to know is, like, we are not Lambton employees. We are not Lambton staff. We are totally a non-profit outside organization. So even if you graduate when you are really busy, or even your own immigration consultant are busy from the Lambton College, you can always seek help from us. And then Subhashini is going to rotate a registration form circulated, because we are supposed to show the numbers that we present to our funder. So kindly, if you could type it in the laptop that is circulating, that would be great. Without further ado, I believe we can just start our presentation. My next, so as I mentioned, North York Community House is a non-profit organization that serves over 20,000 residents in Northwest Toronto every year.
provides mobile settlement services. Mobile settlement services like, this is kind of a mobile settlement services. We are not really doing things from our office. We are really moving around and providing settlement services in post-secondary institutions, schools, City of Toronto facilities, public libraries, and the community spaces. We offer information and orientation, referrals on topics such as citizenship and immigration, health and wellness, language classes. We have English classes for newcomers. Finances, when I see finances, very important thing under the financial literacy department, we have a wonderful department. We help with international student with tax filing. We recently had a tax filing clinic, particularly focused with Lambton College too. So this will be ongoing every year. So please remind to ask your coordinator or the department person to connect with us during the tax filing season. Most of, and volunteering is also there, employment and profession development. As you see, Wendy is here. She can help you with, if you want to update your resume, she's there to help you. Subhashini is there if you have any settlement related Meharas. You can always, we will share our contact information at the end of the slide. So you can take a picture and then keep in touch. We have our flyers, cards there, so please feel free to take it at the end of our session. Most of our delivery methods are one-on-one sessions. If you want to talk to us one-on-one, we can arrange a Zoom, we can connect with you. I really, really please request you, when you're at your leisure time, you're very busy studying, go to our website to get to know us more. It's www.nych.ca is our website. The other one is about, this is our flyer, niche flyer. We have that flyer there. Please take a look. Again, a small introduction of the International Student Connect program and what the partnership. So the main goal is to provide settlement support to international students and their families. When I say families, some of you would have come with your spouses. So we don't eliminate spouses. We are here to help with spouses as well. Improve access to resources that facilitate their successful settlement integration. Many of you are here to study, and who knows, you might want to go back to your back home, but most of you wanted to settle in Canada. So we are here to help you with integration. Improve access to information about immigration options and to transition to permanent residency. This main program is funded by Ontario Ministry of Citizenship. That's why do not hesitate to contact us, because we do not charge any fees or charges when you call us. So it's free. Please do remember that our services are free for you. The main Student Connect website is called www.internationalstudentconnect.org. So again, I really recommend you to take a look of that website too. We have QR code so that you can scan, and then it will take you to the page of the International Student Program mainly. And then let me come to the agenda very quickly, because it's orientation. During the month, we do run detailed session. You know, we do invite you through Zoom, running detailed session. Even there is an upcoming sessions on immigration pathways in May. So we will share with Prince, Nicholas, or other coordinators, whoever connects with students, and then we really encourage you to join those sessions and educate yourself. So today's agenda is living off campus, landlord and tenant responsibility, and what are the available resources. Very quickly, because of this is an orientation and you have so much knowledge, so very quick information. The next slide. So most of you would have already found your housing, or maybe living in a temporary housing. So, and Lambton does not have an in-campus housing, so I'm talking about all the off-campus benefits. So it's not bad to live off-campus. It can be cheaper than the university housing. Some of them, some of the colleges have in-campus with, you know, inside the university. Those are sometimes a little bit expensive, even though everything included. So don't worry, you are always, it's better because you have a cheaper, and you have more independence, freedom, privacy, and space. Of course, you can have your own, because it's your own space. Meeting and networking with non-residents, you can have a quieter and distractions. If it's an on-campus, always there's something going and there's distraction. When you live in your own space, it's yours and you can choose what to do. So on campus, but this one is because we provide this to all the other campuses too, but I don't think Lambton have on campus. So the next slide. So here in Canada, you would have heard different terms. Our rental accommodations called rooms in houses. Some people rent in a big house, they only rent certain rooms, room and board, bachelor studio flat, apartment, and then even in the same apartment, you can choose to live with a roommate. Basement, you can choose to live with if it's a 2-bedroom basement, you can choose to live in the roommate. So those options are available here. The other one, okay. So deciding, okay, so one of the main things you really need to take in consideration, as I said, you all would have already chose, or maybe you are in a temporary living with family or friends or extended family temporarily until you find your permanent. Please decide where to live, what kind of rental you wanted to live. So that's a very important decision. Use various search methods to find your new home. Visiting local police is not a bad idea because they can tell you with the criminal activity, the criminal rate around this area. If you really heard about hearing too many rumors, so it's really not bad idea to go and visit a local police. Decide how much you can afford. Toronto is in a huge crisis, housing crisis. So affordability is very, very hard. So really think about how much you can afford. Find about what rent includes, In the general picture, it says that, okay, 700, and then when you move in, it will say, oh, 700 only for the rent, water bill, utilities, and other bills are not included. So find about what includes. Mehras will go a little more detail, so I'm really doing a short form. Always inspect an apartment before committing, speak with the landlord. Yeah, because nowadays there is virtual tours, so it doesn't look the same way, when you go in person, right? There will be a sink, the leak under the sink. In the picture, in the virtual tour, it may be so picture perfect. Maybe the dishwasher is not working. Who knows, the laundry is not, laundry is not working. There may be a leak, other things, roof leak. So if you go in a pest, if you really see a pest whenever you enter, that's another thing. So you can talk to the landlord and say that, can you please fix these things before I move in, all those things. So you really need to go and take a look of the apartment before you enter. So that's very important, to inspect your apartment. Know your rights and responsibility as a tenant, and discuss your tenant terms. We will also share resources at the end. There's a website called settlement.org and housing, and Clio, that's another main one, to talk about your rights and responsibility. So we will share that. That will give you more details of your rights. Because you're in a new country, the rights really differ. And then, again, I believe this is the challenges, commuting. Say, for example, Lambton is here, on the border of Scarborough and North York. But if you are living in Brampton, you know that it's a long commute, right? Because Brampton area may be a cheaper rental, so consider all those challenges. It will be a challenge. Bill payment, because you might have a budget with the tuition fees. This is the budget that I have. Oh, I didn't expect this extra utility bills or other bills, or what do I do? So think about those, really consider those, take a note, budget yourself of all those additional costs. Missing school announcement is not a huge thing because you're all connected with Facebook or your own student connection, so it's not a big deal, but then make sure you don't miss any school announcement. Living off campus, living in a different, in Canada, you have a lot of more responsibilities. There's garbage disposal. During the winter time, you need to remove your snow if you're living in an apartment, house or anything. So you need to take turns. Today, this week, I'll do the garbage disposal. The next week, because I have known that because of this garbage disposal, there are so many conflicts that had occurred between the roommates. So you need to be very careful that and take responsibilities of your duties. The other one, I think from here, I'm going to pass it to Meras. I'm sorry if I rushed, but she will take you a little more with more details, and I'll see you soon again with another topic too.
Thank you very much, Jaya. And good morning, everyone. I am Mehraz Ahengar, a settlement worker from North York Community House, and I am going to continue this topic. So as Jaya mentioned, when we choose a place to live, we have to consider many options, including all additional costs that might be added to our normal monthly base cost, like rental amount, as well as like utility bills. You have to consider other costs as well, like transportation costs. So if you're not that close to your school or workplace, you may need to consider the transportation. If you're in a town, at least with TTC, if you are traveling, at least you need 2 transportations, which is like, I would say this is a minimum, which is like $3.2 per each travel. You have to consider that one as well. If you go out of town, for example, if you live in Brampton or you live in a York region, so you have to use another transportation in addition to TTC. You have to consider that one as well. And in addition to those options, sometimes you find a more affordable place which is not really close to the subway or buses, and you don't have access that much, or another facilities such as the stores or hospitals or some other facilities in the neighborhood. You have to consider those as well, because if you walk to the store to do groceries, you don't have to pay additional transportation, but if you have to take a bus, then that's additional cost as well. So make sure to consider all those little costs as well. The next steps after choosing the place is going to paperwork and agreements. That's more formal parts. So in Canada, there are something very common you need to be prepared for. And when you get the agreement, first of all, make sure to have some type of agreement and written things. I hear from some newcomers that they have no agreement, and in case if they face any trouble, or in case if they want to file the cost with for the tax at the end of the year, they have no paper to prove. So you make sure to have a contract that is between you and the landlord or the management of the building, and make sure to be aware of all the details. If something is not clear, check with the landlord or the management or the agent who is involved to make sure everything is clear and you know all the details. So when you sign the papers and you change your mind, there are always some penalty fees. So make sure before signing anything, be clear about that. First and last check is very common to be asked from the newcomer, from anybody to sign the contract. It means first month and last month, considering 1 year contract. It's normally for the long-term lease, not short-term. Short-term is less than 28 days, but longer than that for a few months or a year or so. First and last month is very common to be asked for. So don't get surprised if anybody, a landlord asks for first and last months. They might ask additional, depends on how strong is other documents you provide. For example, reference is another thing they may ask anyone for. Reference could be the previous landlord, someone from your workplace, someone from your study place, someone who knows you before, like friends or relatives. And that might be challenging for newcomers because many of us, we are new in the country, we cannot have any references. So it's just us and the new friends. So that might be challenging for those who are new, as well as credit score. So credit score is one of the other common documents that a landlord may ask you for, and it takes time to build. So it needs you to stay here for a few years and financially manage your financial life very well to build that specific score that shows your credit score is strong enough to shows you are a reliable person in terms of financially and a stable one. So those are not available for newcomers. What should we do in that cases? There are still some solutions. It's not like when you don't have those documents, you're not able to rent a place. You always need to negotiate with the landlord or the management company to see what other alternatives are available in case if you cannot provide those documents. Sometimes they may ask for additional rental in advance. Sometimes they might be more flexible, depends on how they can trust the conversation. They might be more flexible, like providing just the documents from your school that shows you are students there. But make sure to talk with the landlord and talk in person, because when we are typing words or when we are over the phone talking with someone, it doesn't make that much connection. But when you talk with them in person, it's easier to make that trust. Current contact information, that's for sure will be asked, your email address, your phone number, post-dated check, that's the very common way to ask the payment for. But if you don't have post-dated check, again, check with the landlord what other options are available. They may accept e-transfer, email transfer, or even cash. But always make sure, even if you paid in cash, make sure to get a receipt or proof of payment, because you may need that for sure at the end of the year for tax reason, tax filing, you need some type of proof that shows you paid that amount. And also in case if some issues happen between you and a landlord, or sometimes some legal issues may happen, you have something that proves you already paid the amount. Responsibility, as Jay also mentioned, utility bill is important. Make sure who is responsible. Sometimes it's included, sometimes not. Most of the times, water is included, gas is included, and electricity is excluded, or internet is excluded. Make sure who is responsible for. If it's excluded, sometimes you need to register with the company, the provider, directly. So you have to contact the provider, like contact the hydro provider or internet provider, and register a new account and start the payment by yourself. And also make sure to ask for the average for that specific place you are renting. So you have some idea how much the utility will be, like monthly base will be. Garbage disposal is important to know about. Each building has its own system. If it's high-rise buildings, you normally have a shooting system and garbage room. If it's like a house or lower rise, you may need to put it in a specific area, a specific day, so you need to know this schedule for like green items or recyclable items, and when and how you have to put the garbage out. Home repairs, that's important to know. If any major home repairs are needed, you need to call or contact the management and the landlord. Don't touch things and start to fixing things by yourself. In case if something happened, that would be your responsibility, as well as sometimes it's fire standard, fire codes, concerns connected to some part of the buildings. You need to make sure everything is taken care of by the right person. So talk to the landlord, contact the landlord if any major repair is needed. Lease termination, that is important. If you are leasing for a long term, you need to send a notice to the landlord 2 months before end of your contract to give the landlord your plan to after that contract, if you are going to stop or if you are going to continue. That 60 days is required, otherwise it will be considered like monthly base and you are supposed to pay the months after. And again, for example, if you have 1 year contract and at the end of the contract, after 12 months, the contract will be expired, but you are still planning to stay at the same place. You need to send 60 days notice. There is a form, you can use that form. That form is called N9, or you can just email or send it in a written way to have some kind of proof and give your plan to the landlord that I'm going to continue for like another year or 3 months or whatever, or I'm going to move out to a new place. Then you can start negotiate with the person about like how the rest of the contract will continue. And you can continue most of the time after the contract. If you have the contract valid, there is no additional to your lease. So the landlord cannot add anything to that specific time of 1 year. But after that, if you continue with the same landlord, there might be a little increase in the amount, depends on the landlord, but it's not like whatever they want. There is a cap for that, and there's a limit for that to add additional. And let's say if we go like 3 months or 6 months to extend our lease agreement, again, at the end of agreement will be like 18 months from the beginning. So at the month of 16, you need to send that notice to the landlord to with considering that 60 days notice. And not the other things to know are, we already talked about utilities, pictures of the units. It's always good to take pictures of the units at the beginning of your contract when you move into the new place. You may need that pictures when you are leaving or when some conflicts happen. Like, for example, something happened or some issues or something that needs to be fixed happened, and then the management or the landlord said it was not existed before. But if you have that picture, you can have a proof of showing this is something I received, so it was existed before. And then another good thing about taking picture is at the end of the tenancy, when you move out, you are supposed to give the place exactly the same way that you receive it. It has to be clean and the same, with the same decoration and everything exactly the same as the beginning. So many of us, when we live in a place, we have our own furniture, on our own decorations, and we may forget what it looked at the beginning. So if we go back to the pictures, we can make things the same way as the beginning. Quiet space and rules. Make sure to know all the details about the rules and the building regulations. Most of the time, a copy of the building regulations and rules will be provided to the tenants at the beginning of the tenancy. Make sure to read all the details very carefully. There are some rules in some buildings regarding, for example, animals. Some buildings are not allowed to have pets inside the building. Some buildings are okay. And the same with the rules about making any changes inside the units, outside the units, making noises. Most of the buildings have the rules of making noises of like renovation or something like drilling or like kind of those machines noises. They have rules, for example, up to 8 a.m. 8 p.m. to make those noises, or don't have other loud noises like partying or music after 11 p.m. So 11 p.m. is very common everywhere in Toronto, so if there is any loud noise, people can go to the concierge of the building or even call the police and complain about those noises. So make sure to know all the details about rules in the building. Canceling a lease. So if you have an agreement valid, you or your landlord are not supposed to cancel the lease before that the end of the contract. However, if any of you, the tenant or landlord, decided to cancel the lease for whatever reason, like, for example, you're moving to another city, you cannot stay there anymore, or the landlord need that space for their own reason, they are going to move in, or they have their own reason, then most of the time there is a penalty fee. Depends on who wants to cancel. The other one supposed to pay a penalty fee, but negotiation is always helpful in case if you need to cancel, talk to the landlord and see in which cases if there is any option to cancel without any penalty fee, and see what is the alternatives. They may offer, if you find someone else to lease and continue lease after you, I am fine. Just let us know who the person is and we can transfer the agreement to the new person. So talk with the landlord if you change your mind about staying in a place. Make sure to pay the rent amount on time. If it's at the beginning of the month, if it's at the middle of the month, depends on your contract, make sure it's paid on time. If any issues, any problem happen for like 1 month, you have financial issue, you cannot pay that at the exact time, make sure to talk with the landlord before that happens. Otherwise, they can go after you or file a complaint legally. So talk to the landlord and see how flexible they could be and what options, or just share what happened to you. They might be a little more flexible to pay it later and provide other options. We already talked about bills, roommates and utility bills. If you have roommates, if it's not just one person and if it's a shared space, you need to make sure who is responsible for the bills and how the bills will be divided between those roommates at the same place. So again, about lease agreement, there are some more details we need to consider. As I mentioned before, rent increase is not allowed during the contract, but after that, if you continue with the same landlord, there might be a little increase. Depends on the market and the rules by the time. Giving permission to the landlord to enter the place, that might happen, that sometimes the landlord may need to get access to the place most of the times for like any maintenance reason or repairing some things. Or at the end of the tenancy, it may happen as well, like at the end of the tenancy, if you decide to leave and they need to have a new one replacing you, so they need to show the place to the person, like, for example, the last months of your staying. So they need your permission to enter the place, but that will be by notice for sure. So it's not like all of a sudden somebody knock at the door and wants to enter. So they will send a notice to get access to the units. And legal rights, there is a website here. It's good to, if you can take a picture of that website, or if we have your email address, we can send it later. cleo.on.ca, it's a very helpful website in terms of knowing your rights, legally rights in Ontario, not just as a tenant. When you go to the website, you see there are different sections. There are different topics related to legal rights in Ontario, and you can get information you need, depends on your question. So tenant and landlord is one of them. You can find information about employee and employer, family issues, issues in terms of other legal matters in a town or in Ontario at least. So that's a very informative website to check for those information. Again, carefully read before signing. Make sure to read the contract very carefully and be aware of all the details. Okay, so we already talked about paying full rent on time. Again, if there is any issue, talk with the landlord before the deadline. Make sure to know the rules and respect all the rules. Clean and maintain home. So that is specifically for the end of the contract. When you move out, make sure the place is completely clean and the same, with the same decorations and exactly the same as the time that you got it at the beginning. Talk about the repairs if it's needed. Talk about that with the landlord. And make sure you knows about the rules and no illegal actions happening in the property. And another thing that might be important to know about is smoking in the units in the apartments. So many apartments have a rule of no smoking at all. So it's not just the building rule, it's a fire code as well. So they have fire and smoke detector in the units and in the building. So if there is any smoke, not just the smoking like cigarettes or those type of a smoke, it could be also burning food. So make sure to not making any smoke inside the units, otherwise the detectors, fire detectors will start working and it will be connected to the fire department, and then if any fire departments got involved and they send machines and to that place, they will charge the building, and if they found it was a false alarm, the charge will be charged back to the units. So that might have an additional penalty fee as well. No harassed or threatened is allowed to any parties involved, no tenants, no landlords. So make sure always be respectful with the tenant, with the landlord. The same landlord to tenant they have similar rights and responsibility to each other. So it's not allowed and accepted any harassment or threatening tones and actions. If any issues are like serious issues, first of all, negotiation is the best way to solve the issue. If it doesn't work, then legal action is another option. Okay, and then shared places, as we talked before, make sure who is responsible for the utilities and shared costs, who is responsible for cleaning. So if you have a schedule, follow the schedule, and if any schedule to using a specific places, kitchen or bathroom, follow that schedule as well. And the other different thing between this type of agreement and the normal ones like individual is that tenant-landlord laws does not apply. It means, for example, that 60 days notice is not required for these cases. If you are living or moving in or out to the shared place, you don't need to provide that 60 days notice. And again, for more information, clo.on.ca can be helpful. Moving in and moving out. So there are something that needs to be considered. If it's your first time moving in, make sure to know how to pack your stuff, or how to arrange a time with moving truck or moving car if you need, if you have big items. If you have any friends to help you with moving, that could be helpful as well. If you move to a high-rise building, there are always elevators needs to be booked. So if it's a high-rise and you need elevator to be booked, make sure to reach to the concierge or the management of the building and ask about the details of how you can book the elevator for a specific time, so they will book that or lock that elevator for you for that specific time, and then it's just between the ground and your floor, and you have access to that elevator to take your furniture, big furnitures, to your place. If it's not like big furniture, you don't need to book that the elevator. And make sure to clean the place when you're moving out. Moving out, again, there's something else you need to consider, like we talked about the notice. Phone, internet, cable companies contact the utilities which are attached to your name, like, for example, internet, if you have electricity attached to your name, phone attached to your name, contact them and ask them to stop or to transfer that to a new address. The same with all other mails. If you have any mails connected to your address, if your school has the address of the current place, or your bank has the address, the current place, make sure to contact them and change the address, because after you move out, nobody is responsible for those packages you receive at that previous place. Take all your belongings and clean the units, and belongings means even if you have any brand new items and you think it might be helpful for the next person, make sure to talk with that person before leaving that at the place. Otherwise, it will be considered as garbage and you might be charged for cleaning fee. So make sure that person needs that and then leave it there. Otherwise, you have to take everything. Make sure the fridge is empty and all the place is empty as the time you receive that. Return apartment key and get your deposit back. Most of the time, when you get the key and fobs of the building, you have to pay deposit fee in addition to first and last month's payment. And if it's furnished place, you might need to pay additional furniture deposit as well, but those fees will be back at the end when you return those items. These are some websites to find search for new places. You can take picture if it's clear enough. TorontoRentals.com, that's about rental buildings which are mostly under management companies. Realtor.ca, that's a very common website which is for real estate market. So if you go to that website, you need to be in contact with a real estate agent. And based on the address, based on the area and your budget, you can filter those websites and find whatever you are looking for. Kijiji is very common. Many of you are aware of that. But it might be a little risky compared to the other two above, because you have to contact the persons or the landlord directly. That is the person you don't know. The realtor, you need to contact the real estate agents. They are registered people, and you can get information easily. And the Toronto rentals are normally through the management company, so you need to talk to the management company. Rentals for newcomers as well, that's another website, and you also have the options of go to marketplace like Facebook Marketplace or other options to search for the place to rent. But always make sure to follow all those concerns and agreement, and check the place. And if you are not sure about the safety of the neighborhood, Google it or go to the police station in a neighborhood and get some idea about how safe that area or that a specific building could be. So, and here is the map. Oh, I am above, yeah. So I just give this map as to have some idea about the difference between the city. This is not a really updated one. It just gives you some idea about the rental in terms of different neighborhoods. So it's based on subway area. So if it's closer to subway area, normally it's higher amounts. But it gives you some idea. This is not a real number you see here because it's for a few years back. But it shows, for example, in downtown area, which is a purple one, you see higher amount. And when you are getting closer to Yonge line of the subway, which is the one from Finch to Union, it's probably a little higher compared to the other part of the city. Some more websites could be helpful. I just open it for a few seconds and we can go to the next topics quickly. Yes, if anybody wants to take a picture. Okay, thank you so much. We can go to the next presentations, which is on safety and student safety. We have to go very fast.
Thank you. So I only have 15 minutes to talk about general student safety. I'm not going to scare you guys. Take it easy. At least comparing to 3 years before we are here without masks, at least, majority of us are without mask. We passed the COVID. So the safety things talks about general safety issues. Just wanted to ask a general question. Please feel free to tell your answer. So in 2022, from January to mid, I just want to ask you, how much money did people in Canada lose to frauds and scams from January to July 2022? Can you do a guessing? No, it's not there. I'm just asking you a question. How much money do you think people in Canada would have lost? Canada would have lost due to the frauds and scam. Close. Just throw a figure. 500,000? Oh, one is saying 500,000. Few more guesses. One more guess, maybe? Without further ado, it's 284 million only in an half a year, just from January to. So please take frauds and scams serious. It's happening globally. Globally, everywhere there is different types of scams. Canada is really, generally, Canada is a very safe country. I'm really not here to threaten you, but fraudsters and scammers are really targeting newcomers, seniors, international students, vulnerable people, right? Really to target, and they're so smart. They are really targeting you in the way that you will be really won't even think that's a fraud, right? So double check, triple check, don't click any links. So that's about this and the general thing. So that's one of the reasons we are touching this topic. So I'm really not going to do slide by slides because you will be seeing. I'm going to touch some of the types of the scams. And during the COVID time only, these scams really got increased. I think they sat nicely, leisurely, and planned a lot organized crimes, right, during the COVID. So there is an increased volume of frauds during the COVID time. And we are going to talk about how to identify scams and protect yourself, what to do if you are a victim. Then, very quickly, there are so many types of scams. Again, take a look. You would have no phishing scam. You know, phishing means, you know, you get your information from your account or from your email, and then go from there. Lottery scam, very common one. Or you want a vacation. Could you please click this link? That's another example, famous one. Marketing scam, you know, I'm selling these things and all those things. A relative in trouble is very, very common. It comes through your known friend's email saying that, you know what, I'm really stuck in States. I really lost my wallet. Can you please transfer money? You know, it will come through your person. You better call that person directly, double check and do that, you know. So you really need to double check with your family. Oh, is he really outside of Canada? Double checks, because there are so many scams like that too. Debit and credit card scam, identity theft, CRA and Service Canada, IRCC scams. CRA scams is very, very common. So be careful. They are all in strike now. You know that federal workers, CRA, Service Canada, IRCC, federal workers are under strike now. There are so many, that's a whole other topic. There are so many delays related to that. But they always do writing to you, so be careful with all those scams too. This is one, it's not an updated picture, so I'm really going to pass, it's a little bit earlier, that really tells, you know, say for example, you know, it's saying like through phishing, how much money it got lost. It is updated in 2020. We were really looking in the website whether there is any updated information. We didn't find, so we are just keeping the same slide here. Okay, so as I mentioned, they really look for the vulnerable people, so I'm passing this kind. And then what's the opportunity they have it in COVID? As I said, I don't know, because people are more anxious. Maybe their financial situation really dropped down during COVID, so they're using those COVID times as most. So there was a huge rise during the COVID time, so that's what I really wanted you to really take a look. So in the first 6 months after pandemic was announced, Canadians have lost 1.2 million due to COVID-19 scams. How to identify frauds and scams? I'll little bit go little details in this one. You guys are all smart, so you all know how to navigate if you're get into that. If you do not know the caller, do not initiate the call, just hang up. If you do not know the caller, please hang up. Canadian system, oh, it looks like urgent, oh, very unknown, 13333, what is this number? You think this is an IRC number, should I answer? No. If it's an unknown number, please do not answer. There is nothing free here in a way, if you see. So of course we are here, but we are funded by another agency, another government program. So if anyone says that things are free, just think twice, you know, be careful before you commit. Do not open any suspicious email or click any attachment, links that you do not know sure. No government agency such as CRA will call you or threaten you to give away benefits. Please understand this. They will not call and tell you, I will deport you from the country. You know, they will not do that. There is a process for that. There's a process. CRA will not tell that you come and pay this much money in the corner store or to Tim Hortons. You know, come into the Tim Hortons to the corner store to pay me the money that you owe me. They don't do those things. So, because those things have happened to people. If you don't come and deposit this money in 60 minutes, your family members will be in crisis. Your citizenship will be provoked. Your status will be provoked. So there are scammers have threatened that way. So please do not pay attention to that kind of that. Always they do a mailing to you, write to you, or you have to initiate them. Say, for example, if you call CRA and talk to a representative, from that conversation, the CRA representative or IRC representative would have given their number and you will have a contact number. So that's the way it goes, but other than that, you are not supposed to receive calls. Do not give your personal details over phone to strangers. Unauthorized or fraudulent charities requesting money for victims' products. Yeah, so charity also be careful because here there is United Way Charity and so many charities happening in Canada. Just make sure you really donate your contribution to the reliable charities. Okay, so what to do if you are a victim, right? Say, for example, finally you've been really, really careful, but then you still got into trouble. Because it happens, because it had happened to many people. Even our own financial literacy lead team, she got really targeted by calling, her credit card got, scammed, and then somebody from Colombia or far away that she has no idea from, very, very far country. She's like, I didn't do a transaction there. How come this is, deducted in my credit card? So things like that, unimagination, native way that it has happened, so be careful. And gather all the information about the fraud, date and time, details about the fraudster. Call your bank and police, There is a number to call, Toronto Police Financial. Don't be hesitate to call. There is a number. Please take a look and take a picture of the, and then credit history. It's also a reliable. Two credit bureaus are in Canada. One is called Equifax, one is TransUnion. Those are the numbers you can check your credit history. Contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Central in the toll-free number. That's the reliable number for you to go ahead and then take an action there. The next slide. Protecting your identity. By now, if some of you already have applied for social insurance number, that's your personal number that you really need to keep it private to yourself. You must protect your social insurance number. Some of you would have got the social insurance, some of you have temporary number. Whichever the number that you received, please protect, keep it really safe to yourself. You should only give your SIN to your employer, government agency, and financial institution. Even financial institution depends, right? Because some of the banks need your social insurance number. Keep other important documents like passport and immigration paperwork in safe place. Please, especially the passports, right? If you lose your passports, if you keep your passport always in your handbag, it's not necessary. You don't need the passports to keep. It's a huge process. You need to reapply. It might take, what if they go on strike? There is a huge delay, things like that. So please keep your passports very safe to yourself, in your locker or somewhere very, very safe. Check the bank and credit card statements regularly for strange activity. Yeah, always. I know I paid all these things, I did use these things, but there may be something that you didn't really do the transaction. So make sure you check your bills and credit cards. If you lose your wallet, cancel your credit cards and report the loss, your identification immediately. Contact Service Ontario if you lose your driver's license and health card. But there are places to call. Service Canada is one thing for social insurance number. Service Ontario if you used your driver's license and health card information. So that's what so you need to call the appropriate places by Googling the right number. Again, cyber security. You're all tech savvy and you're all very young generation. I shouldn't be teaching you. Cyber security is another important one. Keeping your passwords safe, keeping a smart passwords. So I don't need to explain, so I'm really passing it quickly. Make sure your passwords are safe and secure, don't share them. Check your privacy settings. This one, you're in a new country. So we included this in our safety thing too. You should always, in a new country, you should be always try to be safe and street smart in the streets too. So walk with a purpose, you know. Don't walk like you don't know that where you are going. Walk with a purpose. Avoid isolated areas such as parking lots, garages, and alleyways. Six to the well-lit high traffic areas, because sometimes in the news you would have heard that, you know, unfortunate events had happened when in the wrong place, wrong time, right? So please be careful, you know, that you are really, you know what's going around you. Keep a distance, don't let people get too close. Dress so you can move with ease. We have winter, of course, winter you cannot move fast. We have slippery conditions, so move with a comfortable clothes so that you can move ease. Pack light. Pack only what you need so that you don't have a heavy backpack all the time. School would have given many tips too from your colleges. Take, read them, check with them, ask if you have any questions and clarification. If you suspect that you're being followed by the person, switch direction or cross the street, walk toward an open store, lighted house or an area with other people, or yell for help. If you are being followed, God forbid, this shouldn't happen, being followed by a car. If a car follows you, slows down, or beckons if you while walking, do not approach it. Tell others where you are going. Very important tip, you know, if you are going somewhere, tell your roommate, tell your friend to check on you, or just tell them that you're going here. So it's a very good way, a habit to have it. Talking on the phone, if you must talk on the phone while walking, don't get lost in conversation. Stay alert. That's a huge tip. While we are listening music or anything, stay alert that you know your surroundings. Okay? And then these are the emergency numbers. 911, you know, in Canada, 911 is our emergency number. And there is non-life-threatening emergency that you can call police emergency and walk-in clinics. According in your area, you can call all those numbers. Why do we call 911? You know, this is for emergency reasons. Do not hesitate. Don't think that calling 911 is a bad thing or an inappropriate thing to do. Sometimes, of course, they are busy. They tell which ones are the urgent ones. So you just know, you should know that which are the urgent topics that you need to call for 911. And even if you call, what to do, these slides tell you what to do. So that's another 911 calling tip there. Okay, and report the incident to the police as soon as possible if you get into an emergency situation. To call 911, crime, non-emergency, to report a crime anonymously. Anonymous number is also there to Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. It's also available for you to keep it handy. This one is distress helplines, very important telephone number for you to keep it. The crisis line, for example, 1-869-96-0991 is a mental health service. Again, there's no stereotype or stigma attached to it. To call the crisis line hotlines, assaulted women's helpline number is there. Support services for sexual abuse. These are real good numbers when no one is there for you. And to a third person, you know, sometimes we are not comfortable talking about some of the issues with the known person, but with the third person, maybe we'll have more confidence. So these are the numbers that you can keep it handy, or even pass it to a friend who is going through crisis. And then lesbian and gay by trans youth line is it's a very another important telephone number that you should be keeping. Yeah, so these resources we will share, and then you can keep them handy as well. So this is so we are almost at the end of the presentation. 11:30. I believe we will repeat again another time. So Jaya Surendran is me. Abhinaya is not here. She'll be here tomorrow. Mehras is here. Wendy's employment worker is here. Subhashini is here. And we have some templates, resources in that table. If you need little more energy, there is a Sugar Rush Kit Kat for you to gain that energy. And please feel free to go to our table and take some resources there. And thank you so much for the opportunity for Lambton College. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Jaya and Meras from our North York Community House. So before we go for our lunch break and snack break, we have our director of Lambton College in Toronto to say a few words to welcome you here in campus. I would like to call on Mr. Michael Varakis.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Hi, everyone. How you doing? I can't hear you. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, you guys. You don't have more power than that on a Monday? Let's go. How are you? Excellent. Great to have you here. Thank you, Mehraz. Thank you, Jaya, for a great presentation. My name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. You've picked a great college, and we're so, so happy to have you here. This is the start of our 36th semester. 12 years we've been here. Over 23,000 graduates have graduated from this college. So you're joining a great, not only college, but there's a lot of great grads, students that are here right now, and a lot of success stories. So tell me where you're from. Where are students from? Okay, but you know what? India is a big country, and a lot of our students are from India. But where in India? Punjab, okay. Where else? Gujarat, where else? Kerala, I heard Kerala. Where else? Hyderabad, okay. Where else? Okay, we're going to get to Nepal after India. 1 second. Where else in India? Kashmir. Where else? Haryana. Did I say it right? Haryana. Okay. Where else? Hold on. I can't say that one.
It's Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu.
How do you spell that?
Tamilnadu.
Tamil Nadu. Okay. Very good. I'm learning something. Okay. Where else? Anywhere else in India? Mumbai. Okay. Where else? Gujarat, we already heard. Okay. Hold on. We're going to get there. Okay. Anywhere else in India? That's it? Okay. Nepal. Fantastic. Turkey. Welcome. Where else? Jamaica. Welcome. Sri Lanka. Colombia. Mexico. Ecuador. Ghana. Where else? Russia. Where else? Nigeria. Welcome. Where else? Peru. Welcome. Where else, guys? Philippines. I was waiting for that because we have a lot of students from Philippines right now. Where else? Anything else? You're in good company. You're joining students here from 50 different countries that are here. All our students are international. This semester, we're welcoming over 1,750 new students. Okay, on campus, we're pushing close to 6,000. So there are a lot of students here. We started with 30 students 12 years ago in one program. We currently have 21 programs in business, health, and technology, 3 buildings, 65 plus classrooms and labs, in over 150,000 square feet. So this is a big production, and thanks to our students, we're as successful as we are. Thanks to our employers, we work with over 6,000 employers, over 250 instructors and staff, and we're all here to serve you. Why are international students here? 3 reasons. Number 1, get a 2-year diploma so you can get a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number 2, get a job related to your program of studies. Number 3, get your permanent residency. Okay, who's on that plan? 2 people? Oh, who's on that plan? Okay, half of you are on that plan? Who's on that plan? Come on, I want to see everyone's hand up, because everyone's on that plan. That's what we tell our staff every day. This is the reason that you're here. We're here to help you. We can't do your homework, but we're here to assist you in every way possible. That's the destination. The tough part is the journey. You're going to be here for the next 2 years. And you're going to have needs, you're going to have wants, you're going to have requests. I want you to know that we're here to assist you in any way possible. Okay? You got to put your hand up. Mehraz and Jaya said to you all these wonderful resources that are available through North York Community House. We have tremendous amount of resources here. Why? Because there's over 650,000 international students in Canada. They bring a lot of money to Canada. The average international student spends over $30,000 a year, according to CBIE, Canadian Bureau of International Education. So, you're spending all this money, there's a lot of resources here. And the resources are not only for Canadians. They're for temporary residents like yourselves on a study permit. You got 2 big things that you're carrying. It's trying to carry 2 watermelons at once. First of all, you're not a permanent resident or Canadian citizen yet. We want you to get there. In order to get there, you have to follow the requirements in your study permit. No one can give you immigration advice. Don't listen to friends, don't listen to relatives, don't even listen to me on immigration, because you have to be a lawyer, an immigration counselor that works at a post-secondary institution, which we call RECIA, or a certified immigration consultant with the little letters after his or her name of RCIC, okay? These are the only folks that can give you immigration advice. So we have immigration advisors here. Reach out to them. Don't go spending tons of money with someone that says to you, oh yeah, no problem, I can help you. I need $25,000 down, okay? You can get free advice here, and we can assist you, all right? I want you to know that. Second of all, the most important thing you can do is follow your program map, okay, if you want to stay in Canada. So, this is your first semester. In fall of 2023, you're going to do your second semester. In winter of 2024, you're going to do your break. You're going to do your 3rd semester in summer of 2024, and by the 3rd week of December 2024, you're going to finish. By the 3rd week of January 2025, you're going to get your graduation documents where you can apply for your postgraduate work permit online. That's the way it works, okay? So follow your program map. One thing I also want you to be very, very cognizant of is that students can work 20 hours a week while they're in school, okay? There was a law that came out last year that said students can work full-time. You can if you've got your study permit before October 7th, 2022. If you don't have your study permit before that time, you're limited to 20 hours a week. I want you to be very careful with that right now, because a lot of people are saying, oh yeah, students can work full-time, students can work full-time. You got to make sure that when you have applied for your study permit, okay? Be very careful on that. Now, what are students looking for? Well, they're looking for a great job. If you want a job, you can find it. But if you want a great job that will help you get your permanent residency, you need to network. We've got a lot of clubs and associations that you can network. We've got LinkedIn. If I would strongly suggest you get a LinkedIn profile. Invite me to your LinkedIn. If I see you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. You're going to see over 10,000 students, graduates, employers, instructors, educators are on my site. And I want you to talk to them directly. Hey, I'm taking SCMT. I see that you graduated 3 years ago. How's it going? I see that you took PMLT. I see you're from Nepal. I see whatever. Get it from the horse's mouth. Talk to people that know this place and ask them directly. If you send me an invite and you're Lambton College in Toronto, I will accept you. That's one way to start networking, okay? Join a club, volunteer, okay? Get a CCR, co-curricular record that we offer. Canadians love volunteering. Make sure you're involved. I know you're busy. You're coming here, you got to work, you got to get all the way to campus, you got to find a place to live, it's a new country, it's a culture shock, all of those things. I've never met an immigrant that's come to Canada that says it's easy. But I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, this country's worth it. It's worth it that you're here. We're so happy to have you here. We're here to help you in every which way possible, except we can't do your homework. But we're going to help you with everything else. Just put your hand up, ask us. Me, my team, everyone here, we're here to help students in any way possible. Thank you very much for joining us for this summer 2023 semester. I look forward to seeing you. Please tell me your name and have me pronounce it. Don't be like everyone else. Oh yeah, that's good enough. You know what I mean? My name is blah, 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 blah. Just cut it off and whatever. I want to be able to pronounce your name, okay? It's very special to me and to all of us that are here. Thank you very much and all the best in your new summer semester. Take care.
All right, so we're going to have a quick short break. So here on the second floor of this building, the volunteers will direct you. There's some snacks for you guys to take. We have Tim Hortons also open for the whole week this week, if you guys want to have some snacks there as well. But we have some free snacks here on the second floor. Just follow the volunteers, okay? Thank you so much. We'll have a quick break. So grab some snacks. And also feel free to check out the companies here in the booth and some of our student clubs today. We have CIBC, Freedom Mobile, we got Bell, the Mattress Company, Plus Communications, Rogers, and BMO. They'll be here all week for some student deals and some freebies. So feel free to visit them. And we will resume at 12:15 here at the atrium and also at the whale room. Okay, so have some break. And we'll continue the afternoon sessions around 12:15. Thank you. All right, we're going to start in 2 minutes. We can ask all the volunteers to ask our students to proceed here in the atrium. Again, volunteers, we can ask all our students to proceed here in the atrium for the housing and accommodation session. Keeping students safe. If you're staying here at the atrium, if you're going to the academic integrity and student success, please proceed to the will room, which is here on the second floor on the glass room. Okay, so if you want to check the presentation there, we will start in 2 minutes. And for the student clubs and co-op, they will be setting up just right before after lunch. So they will be there on the study room, okay? But now proceed to your sessions. Volunteers, if we can ask all our students to proceed to the classrooms, and we will start in 2 minutes. And volunteers, we can ask the students to come here in front if they're staying here at the atrium. Volunteers. We will start in 2 minutes. Thank you. So we'll start in 1 minute for the next session here at the atrium for housing and accommodation and keeping students safe. The rest, please proceed to the will room. If there's no more space in the will room, they will be presenting again in other sessions. Thank you.
I would like if you can have your seats right now, because we are going to start our next session now. Okay, right now I would like to introduce Jaya and the team from North York Housing, North York House.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So no sleeping, okay? you all would have already had your lunch. Welcome back. Welcome to new country. Welcome to Lambton College. Welcome to your studies. Wish you all the best with studies. We are going to start a presentation on off-campus housing and keeping students safe. Before I start, as part of our value, we are going to do the land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgement reading. We at North York Community House acknowledge that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of many First Nations, including the Haudenosaunee of the Six Nations Confederacy, the Huron-Erie, Wendat, Anishinaabeg, and Mississaugas of the Credit, whose long-standing history have helped shape the world we live in now. In the spirit of reconciliation, we honor Indigenous histories, worldviews, and cultures, and acknowledge the enduring presence of First Nations, the Métis Nation, and the Inuit peoples. Thank you, everyone. Let me introduce my team. Again, we are from North York Community House. My name is Jaya. She's Mehra's team, and Wendy, our employment counselor. The person who is really rotating the registration is Subhashini, doing a great job. Thank you, Subhashini. You didn't sit down for even for a minute. Thank you so much. And then again, a quick introduction about North York Community House. So we are, I'm not sure whether some of them are repeated students. If you are new, North York Community House is a non-profit organization. So we are really not employees of Lambton College. We are totally a different staff coming from outside, partnered with Lambton College with the government funding. So we are totally an outside agency who has resources. So that's the main reason for this partnership, so that you know there are outside resources for you to seek whenever you need. So again, North York Community House is a non-profit organization that serves 20,000 over residents in Northwest Toronto every year. We are located in North York. We provide settlement services in community centers, schools such as yours, post-secondary institutions, City of Toronto facilities, public libraries, and community spaces. We offer information and orientation, referrals on topics such as citizenship and immigration. There is an upcoming workshops coming in May by a lawyer that we have invited guest speakers to talk about immigration pathways. We will share that link with your coordinator, Prince. Prince will share with you, so that please, I really encourage you to register and join the session and get yourself educated or become aware of the future pathways that's available for you, right? So please do that. We also provide health and wellness, language classes for newcomers, volunteering services, recreation, personal and professional development. When I say personal development, Wendy is here, who can help you with, updating your resume, with your job search. Even if you're looking for a part-time job search, how do I update my resume? Wendy is the person for you to go. We also have a financial literacy team who will help you with the tax filing. Even recently, we did a whole tax filing clinic with Lambton College, so that they can get their students file their taxes. This is our flyer, North York Community House flyer, which is in our table. Please feel free to take a look, and at your leisure time, you can get to know. International Student Connect program, again, is the partnership program with colleges, and this is funded by Ministry of Citizenship. So it's free. You don't need to pay any fees with us. And then again, I really regularly recommend you to go to the website. The booklet has the website details too. That is in book, but then that also have the website details. This is the QR code to know about the program. So you can take a picture and browse it a little bit later. So our agenda for today is living off campus. By now, you all would have really chosen a housing by now, or maybe living in a temporary housing. If that's the case, this presentation is very helpful for you to be aware and then, get educated a little more with the Toronto, housing situation. And then landlord and tenant responsibilities, and what are the reliable resources. I'll repeat again, there are so many resources when you Google, but then we always share the reliable, accountable resources with you all. Again, starting, Lambton College do not have an on-campus, so you have to find your choices. You have no choice to find, only off-campus choice is your choice. It's not bad. It can be cheaper than university housing. You can live your own independent living, your own privacy space, meeting and networking with students. You have quite a distraction, because if it's a huge university or college-related campus, there's always something happening. You feel pressure to attend those events, right? So this off-campus option is kind of you are having your own space. So that's one of the benefits. You will hear terms like types of recommendation, rooms in houses. Some of you would have already shared room and board, bachelor and studio flat options. Apartment, you can share with a roommate staying in an apartment too. So those choices are available in Canada. Before you decide, by now, you would have decided where to live, but before main important things, because you're living, your campus is around North York, the border of Scarborough, but maybe, you're commuting from all the way there, so decide where to live and choose your type of rental. Use various search methods to find your new home. Visit local police. Nothing wrong in asking your local police. I hear so many crimes around this neighborhood. Is it okay? Can you let me know the crime rate and things like that? So please feel to go and check the local police too. Decide how much rent you can afford in terms of rental cost. Because you are students, you are here mainly to study and then live, so your income is very limited, huge tuition fees and all. So you decide how much you can afford with rental. Find about what rental includes. In the advertisement, sometimes if they say 700, it may sound like very cheap. But when you go in person, you will not know that there are additional fees and cost for utilities and other things. Cable and all the other things. So please make sure what rent includes. Always inspect an apartment before committing. Speak with the landlord again. Virtual tour. Nowadays we really look into the online virtual tours. And then when you find that, oh, this looks very beautiful. Oh, looks like fully renovated. But when you go in person, maybe the dishwasher is not working, or you will see pests around, leak in the roof or things like that. So please, before you commit, before you sign the lease, inspect your apartment. That is very important. Know your rights and responsibilities, because in Canada, there are both the sides have legal rights and responsibilities. Your landlord as well as the tenant yourself have legal rights. So you need to consider them. Sorry, very important. The other one is commuting. As I said, the part of the commuting in expense you need to think about and plan. You also have to do the budgeting and check with the additional cost too. Missing the school announcement is not a huge thing. And then more responsibilities like from garbage picking and other things. From here, I'm going to pass it to Mehraz. Is that okay, Mehraz? The thing, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jaya. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today with the session on off-campus housing. And we're going to give a little more information about how to choose. First of all, as Jaya explained a little about that. And I'm going to give a very brief and fast information about the next steps in terms of contract and what you need to consider. So the next step after finding a right place, as Jaya mentioned, you need to consider several options, including safety of the area and all the details about what you are going to be responsible for, as well as the costs. It's not like your rental cost. You need to consider other costs connected to that specific place, including bills, including transportation, if the place is not close to your school, or to the place if you work somewhere, then you have to consider transportation as in addition to your monthly normal rental fee. And you need to consider other options. They might not look serious or not be seen at the beginning, but it will be included as well. For example, in an area that you're looking for a place to rent, the rental amount might look affordable, but you don't have any other facilities around. For example, there is no grocery stores, there's no other options like library or hospital or other facilities you may need to have access. And then to have access to those facilities, you need to consider transportation fee and transportation time as well. So make sure to consider all those little things before choosing a place. And after choosing and confirming everything with the landlord, the next step is paperwork and also agreement, which is important to know a little more about. Here in Canada, a part of the agreement, you may be required to provide first and last months. If it's a long-term contract, first and last is very common things to be asked for. It means the first month of the rental and the last month will be paid upfront, and the rest normally is month by month, depends on how you agree on. So the other thing is references. Some of those requirements might look challenging for those who are new to the country. References is one of those. So those who are new to the country normally have not access to that much references. So references could be a previous landlord or the manager at your work or someone who knows you, like a friend or neighbors. So for those who are new, they normally don't have those references to provide to the landlord to sign the agreements before signing the agreements. So you always can check if you cannot provide those information. It's in addition to reference, there is another thing is not available for the newcomers, including students, is a credit score. So credit score is the another requirements for signing the contract that shows how stable you are in terms of financial management. But that takes time to be built. So for those who are new to the country, it's not available because you need to stay here for a few years to reach to the point that you can provide that reasonable score to show that you are financially stable. But no worries. It doesn't mean like if you cannot provide, you cannot rent any place. Always talk with the landlord. Always talk with the management of the building to see what other alternatives could be accepted. Sometimes they may ask for additional months to pay up front, but sometimes they might be more flexible. Just ask a letter from the school that shows you are currently students, and then go with the other options. So if you have that challenges, make sure to see the person, talk with them, have negotiation with them, and it's all matter of trust. And normally it happens during the conversation. So if you see someone in person, it's easier to make that trust instead of like go over the phone or chat or write them. So try your best to find other way to communicate. Current contact information, such as your email address, phone number, if you have, that is part of the contract. Post-dated check is normal way to pay the rental fee. But if it's not available, no problem. Most of the time, email transfer and even cash could be accepted. But make sure if you pay, for example, by cash, make sure to get a receipt and a proof of payment to show that the amount is already paid, and in case if any issues happen, you have a proof. And at the end of the year, when you file your tax, you need some type of proof that shows this amount has been paid as a rental fee, and that is part of fees that you can claim to your tax. Utility bills is important, as Jay also mentioned, so make sure who is responsible and what is the average for. Sometimes it's included, sometimes it's not included, or a part of that is included, but not all of that. Most of the time, most buildings have water and gas included, and electricity is excluded, as well as internet. So If it's excluded, it means you need to contact the service provider and register your name, and the bill will be registered under your name and will be mailed to you, and then you are the ones who have to pay that on monthly base. Garbage disposal, that is important to know about. Who is responsible for that? Depends on the building. It could be different system. If you live in a high-rise building, then they normally have a shooting system or garbage rooms. And if it's a low-rise or house, they have other system. They have a specific places to put the garbage, and also they have a specific date to for the city to pick up the garbage. So make sure to get all the details about those information as well. Home repairs, that is important. If any major repair is needed at the place, make sure to call the management of the building and landlord, because they need to take care of that part. So it might be some fire code issues or other issues. So those who are familiar with the building or who are responsible for the building are the ones who has to take care of that. So make sure to call the landlord if anything happened, for example, like plumbing or HVAC or like heating system. If those happen, some issues happen, talk to the landlord. Lease termination, as long as you have a valid lease agreement for long term, which means over 28 days, you need to follow the lease-related rules. So most of the time when you have like a long-term rental agreement, normally it's 1 year, at the end of the agreement, if you want to move out or if you want to continue staying in a place, you need to give a notice to the landlord 2 months before the end of the agreement. So make sure to give that notice 16 days. You can send an email or send a text or send a formal form which is available. You can simply Google, it's called N9, and you can just fill out the form and send it to the landlord and give the details about your decision about staying there or cancel. But you have to provide it, otherwise it will be considered as a monthly base and you are expected to pay until the time that you give that notice and stop it. But the notice should be given 60 days. For example, imagine if the tenant's agreement end of tenants is reached and you wanted to continue for another 6 months. Again, before that 6 months, 2 months before that 6 months end, like the end of agreement, you need to give that notice to the landlord as well. Okay, another things to know. So we already talked about average utility bills, responsibility of who is responsible for the utility bills. Taking picture could be helpful, so make sure when you move in to the new place, take a picture of that place at the beginning to know first of all how it looked and if something happened which was existed before. So you simply can show the picture as a proof that shows it was existed and it was not your fault. And also at the end of the tenancy, when you return the place, when you go back to the picture, you can make sure everything is exactly at the same as the beginning, because you are supposed to give the place back clean and the same way as you receive this. So many of us, when we go to the place, when we leave, we have our own furniture, we use our own furniture and our decorative items, so we might forgot after a few months how it looked at the beginning. So those pictures could be helpful for that case. Quiet spaces and rules. Another thing is when you rent a place, Most of the time, if it's like a apartment building and condominium building, for sure, they have rules and the regulations of the building, and it will be passed to the new residents and tenants. So make sure to read all the information very carefully and make sure everything is clear. If there is any question, always go back to the landlord or the management and raise your concern and ask for clarification to know what is that about, and everything is clear. Even about the agreement. So normally when you get an agreement, there are so many little things included in the agreement, and many of us might not look very carefully. So please read everything very carefully, and if there is any question before signing a contract, go to the landlord or the management and get more detailed information. Conditions for canceling a lease in case if there is a situation that you need to cancel the lease before end of the contract, because you are supposed to pay to the end of the contract, there should be a cancellation penalty fee. It's for both sides. Even if it happens through the landlord, if they want the tenants to leave earlier, they might consider that penalty fee as well, unless you both agree on something to cover that compensation. So if you decide to leave the place earlier than the end of the contract, talk to the landlord and see what options are available to avoid that penalty fee. And about paying the rent, make sure it's paid at the right time before the deadline. If it's like, if you are supposed to pay the amount at the beginning of the month or at the in the middle of the month based on your contract, make sure it's been paid right at the time. If there is any issue, if any financial challenges happen, for example, for one specific month, don't ignore and don't skip it. Don't be quiet. Before that deadline, before that due date, contact the landlord, contact the management company, share your situation, and see what is the options available, how flexible they could be for that specific months if you pay a little later. And again, about utility bills, if the space is shared and it's you have roommates, it's something between you all together to decide who is paying the bills and who is responsible for the payment and how much is your share. So if it's like half and half, so it's between you two and you need to make sure it's been paid right amount on time. Okay, so we are good with this. Lease agreement again, collecting returning deposit. Oh, there's another thing. Whenever you are signing a contract, in addition to first and last months, you might need to provide some amount as a deposit for key deposit or furniture deposit. Depends on the space you renting. So that deposit will be paid at the beginning of the contract, but at the end, when you return the keys and when you return the furniture in a healthy way as the beginning, you will get back that money completely. So this is just the money that will be kept by the landlord or the management for that specific time, and at the end of the tenancy will be back. Permitting landlord to enter the place, that's another thing might happen, but it's not like suddenly or by knocking at the door. Most of the time, if they need to enter the place, they will give you a notice. And why they need? So very common cases are like in case if there is any repair or maintenance needed at the unit. So you will get a notice from the landlord or from the management before the date that happened. So you will be informed. And also at the end of the tenancy, if you decide to move out the place, so the landlord needs to show the place to the new person. So they need, most of the time, they need at the last few weeks, they need to show the place to the new person. So they need your permission to enter the place, but it will be by notice as well. So the notice will be around 24 hours or even earlier given to the tenant. Rent increase, as long as you have a valid contract, like 1-year contract, rent increase is not allowed. But if, for example, if you are continuing with the same landlord for another year or another months after your contract, they may increase a little to the original amount, but it's not like whatever they want. There is a limit and there is a cap, and it's not like there is no rules for that. You can check like what is the market standard increasing rate. Notice we already talked about that, and that's a form which is called N9. Oh, I put N6 here, which is wrong, but it's N9. So you can Google it and get information about that form. Okay, so again, carefully read the documents and all the contract before signing that. And there is a website here, cleo.on.ca. If you're not familiar, you can take a picture of that and search it later. That is a very helpful, informative website. It's not just tenant and landlord legal rights. It's all about legal matters and legal rights in Ontario. So in case if you have any question about your rights as a tenant or your rights as an employee with a new employer or any other rights depends on your normal life, like daily life, you can go there and check for more details. There are so many informations and it's very informative. There are brochures. Some of those are even available in different languages. Again, tenant-landlord rights and responsibility. So make sure to pay the full rent on time, respect the rules, make sure to be aware of the rules. Many buildings have rules about making noise, like a specific hours. You have to stop making any noises. I would say after 11 p.m. and in Toronto, loud noises in most places are not allowed. If there is any party, so after 11 p.m., loud noises are not allowed, and then if other neighbors or other residents in the building are not happy or annoyed by the noises, they can go to the concierge, or even they can call the police and complain about the noise. We already talked about repairs and talking about that before touching anything with the landlord. And make sure there are no illegal actions happen in the units. So if the place is non-smoking place, don't smoke, don't, it's so many of those rules are, like smoking rules are connected to the fire codes in the building and in the city. So one of the very important one is not making any smokes. It's not like smoking cigarettes. It could be like smoking of burning food. So make sure it doesn't happen, because many buildings, especially new buildings, have sensors and fire or smoke detectors. So it will be active if there's any smoke, and it will be connected to the fire department. If they send any crews or fire machines, and if it's false alarm, then the building will be charged, and that charge will be back to that specific unit. No harass or threaten is allowed, not just to the tenant, to the landlord as well. So both landlord and tenant are supposed to communicate in a very respectful and formal way. If there is any issue, try to solve it by negotiation. If they cannot solve it by themselves, there are always legal process available. So harassment and threatens are not allowed. Again, for shared places, there are something needs to be considered, like how to use the spaces, some common spaces like kitchen, bathroom, who is responsible for cleaning, whose turn it is. It's all between those who are sharing the place, and they need to make sure they all follow and respect whatever was set between them. And some rules are different. For example, landlord and tenant law does not apply. Like that 60 days notice does not apply at this case. So if you share the place with someone, you don't need to provide that notice 2 days in advance, 2 months in advance. Again, more information is available at that website we already talked about, clio.on.ca. And moving out, moving in, if it's your first time, so you probably can make a list of what to do, what to prepare, and one of those things could be like packaging process, cleaning options, booking time with the truck, or whatever you need to move, how to move it. If it's not like really big items, and if someone can help you, like a friend, check with your friends and manage things. If you have bigger items, and if you go to the high-rise buildings, you always need to book elevators. So if you have furniture to take to your place in a high-rise building, first you need to go to the management or the concierge of the building to book that elevator for a specific time and availability time they have. And then for that specific time, the elevator will be locked for you to be used. For moving out, make sure, we already talked about notice. Make sure to call our service providers or utility providers such as phone or electricity or internet companies to stop the service at that specific location, or to transfer and change your address to the new address. The same with the other mails, redirect all your address and mails. Like, for example, if you have provided your address to the school or to your workplace or to your bank, make sure to change all the address to the new address, because after you moved, and if any letters or package was sent to the previous place, nobody is responsible for that. Take all the belongings, even if there are something new, brand new, and you think might be helpful for the next person, take it with you unless you talk with the next person or the landlord and make sure they need it. Otherwise, they will be considered as a garbage and you might be charged for extra cleaning. Return the apartment key and get your deposit back. These are some websites to search for new places. If anybody is still looking for a place, you can take a picture of that. The first one is torontorentals.com. It's about those buildings under management companies. If you go there by choosing your maximum budget and by choosing the area, you can see what is available, and then you can go to that specific location on the map and choose the place, contact them, and see the condition. The second one, realtor.ca, is a very standard website for those buildings who are listed through a real estate agent. So it's very common or a standard form of searching for a place, and it's kind of less risky and more secure one, because there is an agent who is a registered agent, and that person is involved. You will be in contact with that agent. And another thing about that, if you search for a place and you talk with an agent, there is I have to mention this, there is no fee for the tenant. So you won't be charged by the real estate agent, and all the charge will goes to the landlord, because they are the ones who get the money. So it will be free for the tenant, and the charge will be on landlord part. So Kijiji is more casual one and might be a little risky. Rentals for newcomers, as well as Facebook Marketplace, those are all other options for searching. Okay, so I go very fast with this map. This map is rental amount based on subway station in the city. I just want to say that this is not a very updated one, so ignore the numbers you see here, because now everything is higher than this, but it can give you some idea about different part of the city in terms of rental amount, just to compare different parts. So, for example, if you see the purple area, which is downtown area, it's higher than other parts, and also around Yonge Street, which is the line from Finch all the way to Union, it might be a little higher compared to other parts of the city. So as getting closer to the subway station, it goes higher, and if it's closer to the center of the city as well as downtown, it's higher as well. These are other resources and websites could be used for searching and getting information regarding housing. If you want, you can take a picture. I can leave it a few more seconds open. And that's all for now, but we are going to have more detailed session in the future, so you are welcome to join us for our future session, as well as other topics which we send information about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meras. That was excellent. Please bear with me. 15 minutes, and then y'all can go home. We have to do our given job. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your being patient. The next topic is keeping students safe, general safe, all together. So just going to ask you a question, because we are talking about frauds and scams and other safety issues. How much money did people in Canada lose to fraud and scams from January to July 2022? Just do a guess. Just an approximate. How much money they would have lost due to frauds and scams last year? 10 million? Yeah, you're in the millions, correct. Yeah, another? Yeah. Any numbers? Any numbers? Okay. So thank you for telling it, but it's 284 million only in an affair. 284 million from January to July. So that many fraudsters and scams going on, and that's why please feel take scam really very important. Don't take it easy. Canada is a very safe country. I'm really not scaring away, but the scams and frauds are increased globally, right? Everywhere around the globe. So Canada is not an exemption on that too. So please be vigilant and be careful. So I'm going to really, you're all very smart. So I'm going to really do a quick summarizing and then walking through on these topics. So how to avoid fraud and scam, protecting your identity, and what are the emergency services in Canada for you to seek help. There are so many scams, and during the COVID time, I believe the scammers and fraudsters had a lot of time to sit down and plan about the crime. So there was an increase of frauds and scam happened during the COVID, and that's one of the reason we international students have to be really, really careful, and then we don't want you to be one of those victims. Okay. There are so many types of scams. One is phishing. Phishing means they fish your information from your data or from your email. Phishing. Lottery scam, they will call you and say that you won a ticket to Dominican Republic. It's free. Because you did the shopping here. So please do not believe those things. Nothing is free. So please do not believe and get into trouble on those scams. Marketing scam is very, very popular. Relative in trouble scam, debit and credit card scam, identity theft, CRA and Service Canada scams, very popular. Every minute you might even, everyone, we are talking about frauds and scam. Even in our phones, in our office phones, we do get phone calls from CRA, Service Canada, people pretending that they are from CRA and Service Canada. So do not answer to those calls. We didn't add this. One of my colleague was telling and reminding me there are dating scams. In a new country, you get into trouble with the phone calls. By answering wrong calls on dating. Sharing the spa location and all. So be careful on those things too. This one, general, we couldn't get an updated picture of this. At the top, how the top 10 frauds affecting Canadians based on the number of the reports in 2020. It's little, we couldn't find the updated one, but just we are keeping it that. So they always, what are the people who do scams and for call scammers? They look the opportunity, especially newcomers, international students, seniors, vulnerable people, people who will, new to so please be careful and then vigilant with all those things. As I said, COVID is the peak time that the frauds and scams went really skyrocketing in Canada. So if you do, how to identify frauds and scam? If you do not know the caller or did not initiate the call, just hang up. If don't answer an unknown call, very common sense, but we are reminding it. There is nothing free here, so so be careful if people say that, oh, come here, you can get free things and things. Of course, orientation, you can get free masks and free things, free candies. This is free, but then be careful when you so that you don't get into trouble. So no government agency such as CRA will call you to threaten you, give away any benefits. No, CRA will never call you to give away any benefits. Please remember, unless you make an attempt, you call IRCC or CRA, they will not call you. They will always write to you. Public Health Toronto, that's another one. So no government officers will just call and say those things. So any unnecessary calls, please do not attend. Charity, when you do donation to places, United Way, Heart and Stroke Foundation, Hospital for Sick Children. So make sure those links for frauds and scams are accountable, reliable links. So that's another thing that you need to be really careful. Just in case, if you get into trouble, there are always numbers to call, to go back and call. Those numbers, how do you, those are the numbers that's there in these slides. To call back your bank and police, all those non-emergency line and things like that. There are two credit bureaus in Canada. One is Equifax and TransUnion. That's the reliable one. you can check your credit history. If your credit history goes wrong, to see, you find that something wrong, how do I find my credit history? These are the two reliable credit bureaus that you can check your credit history. I see many people taking a picture, so so the next one, protecting your identity with your social insurance number. So by now, some of you would have received your social insurance number, or maybe a temporary social insurance number. You must protect your social insurance number. You can give it to employer, certain government agencies. Bank also asks sometimes. But ask someone, ask in the college, ask your program coordinator, or that institution is asking me, or that place is asking me to give social insurance number, can I give that? So make sure you double check before you give so you're not supposed to share your social insurance number with everyone and anyone. Keep your important documents like passport and immigration very safe. It's really, really hard if you lose your passport. You have to waste your time, brings anxiety while you're studying, to reapply for the passport, especially nowadays federal workers are on strike. So every process is in delay. The processing of many things are in delay. So please keep your important documents in safe. Do not take it anywhere and everywhere you go. Check your bank and credit card statement regularly for strange activity. If you lose your wallet and cancel your credit cards, report the loss and identification immediately. Right away, stop the credit card so that you lost your wallet. There are, if it's Service Ontario driver's license, health card loss, you need to call Service Ontario. Anything like social insurance number, if you lose them, you need to call Service Canada. So those are the numbers for you to call. Cyber security, I don't need to walk through too much on this. You all know about keeping your password safe, have a difficult, very creative passwords, not to have the same password everywhere. So be careful and be smart on choosing your passwords too. Safety on the street, Mehraz would like to walk you through from here. You are in a new country, so just a little bit of information on the crisis lines and things like that she's going to walk you through in 2 seconds, 2 minutes maybe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Aya. Okay, so next, as Jaya mentioned, yes, here is kind of a safe country, but still, who knows? When we are new, we don't know the area. Sometimes there are neighborhoods, not every neighborhoods are similar. So if you are in a street, so make sure walk with a purpose. If you are in an area that you are new to and you are not sure how safe the area is, so make sure to pretend you know the area and walk with a purpose, and don't walk in a way that shows you are totally a stranger and you are confused. Avoid isolated areas such as parking lots, garage, and other areas that is like kind of isolated or not that crowded. Keep a distance. Don't let people get too close to you. Dress, you can move with ease, so make sure if you are walking in the streets, not going to a party or whatever occasions, if you're walking, make sure you dress in a way that you can walk easily, or in case if you have to walk faster, you are able, especially in terms of choosing the shoes. And pack lights, always have the packaged lights with you, don't have that much heavy things with you. If you feel you are followed by someone, change the directions, cross the streets, walk towards an open store or some area with like more lighting options. and the area with other people, so avoid isolated area. Again, being followed by a car, the same. If you feel a car is follows you, then slow down or do not approach it. Do not approach the car. So if you feel the car looks unusual or acting unusual thing. Tell others where you are going. So if you go somewhere for the first time, always make sure to tell or share it with someone. It could be like going for a work appointment or go to see a new place to rent. So make sure to share those information with someone who you can trust, like your friends or roommates or your classmates. Talking on the phone, so if you talk on the phone while walking, so make sure don't get lost in the conversation and stay alert. So there are some numbers you can reach out in case if you feel there is a danger or risk around. So for sure, 911 is a common number for life-threatening emergency cases. So if it's life-threatening, it means someone's health is in danger because of the fire, because of the health issues, or because some other risk around. So you can call 911 and get connected to the police and ask for the police, ambulance, or fire department services. There are other numbers, non-life-threatening emergencies. Police has some of those numbers which are non-life-threatening, and there are other emergency numbers which we are going to share with you later, as well as instead of going to the hospital emergency department or section, you can go to walk-in clinics for non-emergency cases. So again, 911 is when a crime is in progress, when life is in danger, when a serious crime has occurred and the suspect may still be in the area, and the cases that you see a fire is happening. So those are the times that you need to call 911, but always make sure when you call 911, stay calm as possible you can. Explain the situation, explain what you need, ambulance, police, fire, and provide your exact address and including postal code if you know, given your name, address, and telephone number when you call. Here are some more information about other options, non-emergency cases. So to report a crime that is non-emergency, there is another number than 911. And to report a crime anonymously, there is another number you can use as well. If you want, you can take pictures of this. So those are other options than 911. But always feel free to call 911 if you're confused, you don't know where to call, and you feel unsafe and unsecure. So these are all other options as well. And here are some other helplines, and those are, again, mostly non-emergency lines. So for helping assaulted women's helpline, there are lines for kids who needs help. There are lines for those who are from LGBTQ community. There are lines to give support to those groups, as well as other options or other helplines to call. So you can take a picture if you need. These are other numbers available. Okay, I just leave it open if anybody needs to take a picture. And yes, that's all about safety. As I mentioned before, we are going to have some more sessions in details, and some of those will be online. These are all contact information. Please feel free to contact us if you have any question. Hopefully we can help you with those, and we will keep you updated and informed about our upcoming sessions in the future. Thank you everyone for joining us, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, North York Community House. So we're gonna have a quick break, and so feel free to go around, and we're gonna regroup for the next sessions. And don't forget, we have some prizes at 3:45. If you guys want to join some games to win some Tim Hortons or some Lambton College gear at 3:45. Thank you. All right, some quick announcements. If you are with PMLT and PMIT, your room number is room 126, okay? At 1:30, that's PMLT and PMIT. Please proceed to your room. They will start in 10 minutes. You still have time, but please go to room 126. All right? The rest of the group, we will have the sessions at the atrium and also at the will room. Thank you. We'll be starting in a few minutes for our next sessions with student services and Guard Me Insurance. Again, student services and Guard Me Insurance here at the atrium. And at the whale room on the second floor, we have Canadian culture and immigration support. Okay, so please proceed to your classrooms, your venue. We'll be starting in a few minutes for the afternoon sessions, then followed by some games at the end if you guys want to win some prizes. And of course, for the final session for the day, don't forget to meet your program coordinator. They'll be here today to meet you. So very important, if you have questions about your program, that would be a very good session as well. Thank you. We'll start in 2 minutes. Volunteers, we can ask all our students who will be attending the next session to proceed here at the atrium. Volunteers, let's gather all the students to start sitting here at the atrium. We'll be starting in a few minutes, the session. Volunteers, go around. We'll be starting the sessions in 2 minutes. Please proceed here at the atrium. All right, we're going to start our sessions now with Student Services and Guard Me Insurance here at the atrium. For the Will Room, we have culture and immigration support. So that's on the second floor. And if you are with PMLT as your program, please proceed to room 126 and PMIT, that's room 126. Okay? Anyway, to proceed to our afternoon session, I would like to call on our Student Services Advisor, Tenny and Caroline. Let's welcome Tenny and Caroline.
Hi guys, thank you so much for being here. So happy to be presenting Student Services, what we do during this presentation. All right, starting with who is your team? Student Services. Not a big team, it's me and Caroline. You're gonna see our faces a lot during your time at Lambton College. You may even get sick of it, but get used to it because you're gonna see us all the time. When you come to see us in person, see us in campus, video chat, and if you get a response to your emails, it's most probably us. So we're gonna go through a brief schedule. It's going to be essentially in the atrium. We're going to be presenting today, and of course the rest of the week for other programs. They're going to have the same presentation for Student Services. On Thursday, however, we're going to be going through student portals. So we're going to introduce each student portals. Where do you click? Where do you go to get a specific piece of information that you need or document? What do you update where? So we're going to be going through all of that. Today we'll touch briefly on it, but mostly Thursdays. So if you guys want to bring your laptops with you, that'll be really helpful because you can click with us and follow, as opposed to later try to remember where you have to click.
Okay, so for Student Services, so welcome to the Student Services presentation for new students. So we thank you all for being here today and people who are joining us online. So on today's agenda, we'll inform you how to contact your Student Services team and areas, advisement, and services that we can offer to our students. Okay, as you can see behind me, students can access information regarding the Student Services Department on Moodle. As you can see behind me, we have a view of the Student Services section on Moodle. To access any information regarding to the Student Services Department, you can see on the red icon at the top, which indicates the Student Services tab. You can click there to access all information about on the page regarding the Student Services Department.
All right, so how do you contact Student Services? There are multiple platforms that you can do this with. So of course, highly encourage you come see us in person. Our offices are located at this building near the reception desk. There's an iPad close to the reception desk that you can go and sign in to come see us. The wait time is usually about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how long it's going to take with the student that is in before you. We have hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through to Friday, so that's highly encouraged. But if you're not, if one-on-one appointment is not your cup of tea, you can always send us an email, and you're going to email studentservices@sestercollege.com. When you do this, it's going to go through a ticketing system. So it is really important for you to not send more than one email regarding a specific inquiry, because what it does is it's going to delay the response time. It's going to confuse the staff. So if anything, you think you're being efficient, sending multiple emails because in case we miss one, we see the other. Not the case. It's going to have the opposite effect. What we also offer is video chat hours. So if you go on Moodle under Student Services tab, like Caroline mentioned, you're going to see a schedule for video chat. So you go in through the specific time and, through the Adobe Connect room, I believe, you can get in touch with us. So those are your options. So what is Student Services? You know what? It's essentially what it is. It's an information hub. We spend a lot of time getting in touch with other departments of the college, researching, even in terms of being in touch with community sources. So we gather a lot of information. So when the student has any inquiries, doesn't matter what, and they don't know where to go to the college to get that piece of information, they come to us. Because it's either something that's directly within our scope, we'll deal with it. If not, we have the information to direct you to the proper source in the college. So again, anything, you can come see us if you don't know where to go. Just in general, Caroline will get into the specifics. What we do help with is your academic issues, your personal issues. I would say things related to mental health. If you want to know about college policies, resources, that sort of thing, you come to us. But Caroline will get into the detailed categories of what we help with.
Okay, so the categories of services we offer academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. So we'll be going through each category now. Okay, in terms of academic support, at Student Services, we provide academic support, such as information relating to college policies. We provide insight into procedure and objectives of the policy. We provide tutoring service referrals, which allows students to connect to the department to provide study resources, writing and language assistance, and reaching the students' academic goals. The tutoring center is just, if you go up the stairs here in the atrium, to the right, it's just all the way down. Okay. So, as well with that, in terms of language and assistance, they would be able to do that. With grade appeals, any student registered at Sester College may appeal a grade award in a course or any judgment decision made regarding the student's learning competencies or graduation from a program of study. So for further information, you can always refer to the student policies regarding grade appeals. Okay. So, in terms of registration and finance, this is a team that are here to assist you with program and course registration, tuition and fee payments, grade assessment, transfer opportunities, student records, and convocation and graduation information. So on the slide here in front of me, you can email Student Services or the registration team at registration@sestercollege.com for any registration or finance inquiries. Please only send one email. When you email, please ensure that you're emailing the registration department with the email from your My Lambton account. If you email from your personal email, it will not be responded. Generally goes into our junk mail, so we don't go through that quite often. So it's important you email from your My Lambton account. Registration also deals with academic scheduling, breaks and leaves, transfer credits. So students who wish to apply for transfer credits from a previous educational institution should follow the transfer credit application process. Dates and deadlines, you can refer to the important dates portion mentioned on the Lambton and Toronto website. So if you go onto the website, you could see in terms of when the next fee payment would be due, or in terms of holidays we have, for example, for the college. Fee receipts, these can always be found on your My Lambton portal under the Fee Receipts tab.
So in terms of your program map, you can go to the Sester database and download your program map. Highly recommended you do this. And it's good to reference every time you want to know what courses you're going to take next semester. What is the natural progression of your academic year, right? When is your academic break? So all of these information is there. Also, what courses are prerequisites to other courses? They're co-requisites. So even if you fail a course, how do you know how that's going to affect the courses you're going to take in the next semester? So it's really important to download the program map, keep it on your computer, print it out, put it on your corkboard. You're going to have to reference that a lot versus just getting pieces of information from here and there. The program map, it's your guide, and you have to adhere to that. So if you stray from it, you can, but again, when you have an idea of what you're supposed to do, and then when things don't go in that way, you can come talk to us. We will walk you through alternative options. But if you're progressing through your semesters fine and you want to know what happens next semester, the semester after that, refer to your program map. So student account updates, it's really important to update your personal information, especially on Sester database. When you, obviously now you have a Canadian address, you have a Canadian phone number, what you want to do is go on your SESTR database and update that because it most probably for a lot of students will have their address from back home. This is really important because you don't think things will happen, emergency situations, but they do happen. So you want the school to be able to have your most updated contact information. If God forbid something happens to you, the college needs to contact you. We have nothing. We have no information, no phone number. You also want to update your address on your My Lambton. So if you're going to update something on SESTR database, make sure to also do that, the same piece of information, updated on your My Lambton portal. In terms of your study permit, work permit, not everyone has work permit, but if you do, please make sure to upload it on your SESTR database. The same with study permit. You have a valid study permit, you upload it, right? Check SESTR database to make sure, have you done it, have you not done it? It's been a while, you don't remember, so keep checking that. In terms of passport updates, you can always email studentservices@sestrcollege.com with a copy of your passport. In case you try to want to upload a document on SESTR database and it doesn't work, it's giving you technical issues or you don't know how to, you can always email the file to registration@sestrcollege.com and then we're going to do that for you. Conduct and complaints. So I'm going to encourage all the students to go on the Lambton College website under policies, student policies. You're going to see a specific policy titled Student Rights and Responsibilities. It's a really long one, but I encourage you, when you do have the free time to go through it and read it. Essentially what it is it's going to introduce you to what are your rights at the college? How are other people supposed to behave towards you? How are you supposed to act towards other people? What is professional? What is not professional? If you are being harassed, bullied, something you may feel is unfair happening to you, you're going to want to know the specifics of that. So go on there and read it. If you have any questions or if you feel like, again, someone's harassing you, bullying you according to the policy and you feel you want to launch a complaint or you want to make sense of it, you can always come talk to us. There's zero policy on backlash, so just because you're bringing something to our attention or talking about it, by no means is it a reason for someone to retaliate. So the college has very strict protocols to stop that from happening. So we encourage you to come see us, even if you're not sure if it's a harassment or bullying case. We will look into it for you. We will introduce you to, even if it's like an instructor, another classmate, a faculty member, we introduce you to the policy. How do you fill out the form? How do you go about launching a complaint, right? Or if you just want to talk to us about it, you can do that.
Okay, so I'll just talk to you a little bit about the Student Council. So the Student Council is a group of selected students who collaborate with students to impact their school community. The goal of the Student Council is to have one representative from a list of following programs. Students who are interested in participating as a Student Council representative should apply. So feel free to if you'd like to. The students in the council can lead the way to positive change. All council representatives are required to maintain a good standing with a minimum GPA of 2.8 and be present at all Student Council meetings and to act with integrity, professionalism, and exemplary conduct at all times. Okay, so mental health. We assist our students with mental health concerns. We support you and our students with personal academic counseling. We can refer our students to the appropriate organizations that can help their concerns. As student services, we promote health and wellness, and we provide access to resources in the GTA, which is the Greater Toronto Area, pertaining to mental health and wellness, including hospitals and clinics. Okay, so this slide will be giving you an overview of the support services we offer for mental health, sexual violence, assault supports, and housing information.
All right, so as far as health and wellness, what we do is we refer you to the proper counseling resource. So whether that's in school, having to do with your GuardMe insurance, having to do with community, we also have like a database of a lot of community resources. And each community resource that we know of may have a specific area that they're experts in. So when you do come see us and we hear about the issues, about the mental health issues that you're going through, it gives us the chance to direct you to the proper source, you know. So that it's good to come see us about that. We also have, sorry, next slide. We have mental health certified staff on our college. So these are staff that, you know, have that ability to give you a little bit more personalized, detailed advice if you're going through mental health issues, whether it's depression, anxiety, even things like harassment and bullying that can then result in you having anxiety or depression. So again, as Caroline mentioned, mental health is a really important topic at the college because a lot of times students don't want to address it. They think if they ignore it, it'll go away. It's not a sign of weakness. It is not a shameful topic to approach us about. A lot of times, people, your friends, even though they love you, they have good intentions, they may not understand the mental issues that you're going through. So you may hear this a lot if you're going through a mental health problem. Oh, just be positive, you know. I'm going through the same thing. I'm dealing with it. Why can't you? I'm telling you right now, it's really important to address it, to go to the proper source and to come to us for that, because if you don't, it's not going to go away. All it's going to do is it's going to affect your academic journey. It's going to affect how well you do in courses, and then down the line could affect your future here. So if you are truly going through something, please do come to us so we can refer you to the proper source. What you want to do is get the specialized, personalized help that you need in that regards.
So, we are here to support our students by promoting a healthy and safe environment for you, for both men and women. It's okay to ask for help. We are here to provide our students with advocacy and awareness. If you or someone you know may have experience or further interested in learning about sexual assault and or sexual violence, you can email the email provided there for you. You can contact Victoria. Okay, so sexual offenses defined. This is just a chart of 4 types of sexual harassment. We have verbal, which could be sexual jokes, rumors, name-calling, threats, harassing phone calls, pressuring someone into sexual acts. We have nonverbal, display of sexual pictures, photos, obscene gestures, body language, and whistling. Written, sexual graffiti, notes, email, Facebook, and other social media platforms. And physical, for sexual contact, which can include grabbing, pinching, or fondling. Okay. So impact of online sexual harassment includes, but not limited to, sexual harassment of this kind can be a person feel any of the following: threatened or scared, exploited, coerced, that their dignity is violated, humility or being degraded, shamed or judged, upset, sexualized, discriminated against because of their gender or sexual orientation, feeling guilty, or that they are to blame.
So the one area that can really help in all areas, especially sexual health, is to do your modules. So all first-year students are enrolled in Staying Safe. So it's a really good idea to go on Moodle. You will see that, do the modules. It may be, a lot of reading, a lot of questions you have to answer, but should the time come when you are experiencing something or being put in an unsafe situation, then you'll be too it's too anxiety producing to try to find that information that you're wanting in that scenario. So do your homework beforehand, so you can even, there's links to websites and resources within those modules. You save that so you have it to refer back to should you be put in that situation. The modules are going to talk about a lot of important topics: mental health, housing, the idea of consent, sexual violence, sexual assault, labor exploitation. So, you have a job, you're working, and you want to know whether the way the employer's treating you is fair or not. So these modules are really going to help you understand how you're being treated. Is it fair? Cybersecurity, you're getting emails, you're being asked for personal information, what is okay, what is not okay. It's really good to do the modules. and just general safety, and you're living in a new country, what is safe here, what is not. So all of that information is available in those modules for you. So I think I touched on this a little bit before, this idea of barriers in disclosure. A lot of times, like I said, in terms of mental health especially, other people will tell you, oh, it's not okay. If you go talk to someone, it may affect your academics, they may judge you, it might affect your study permit, your situation with the government, a lot of things that you will hear from other people. But friends, as much as they have good intentions, they're not reliable sources of information. So you want to come to us for that. So there's no judgment, there's no shame. Things that you say is confidential. So if you are going through something and you need to address it, it's a good idea. I wouldn't recommend that you let the voices of others get to you and prevent you from coming to see us, especially having to do with sexual assault topics. A lot of times, not only you need mental health in that given situation, but chances are the person that has committed that act is going to do that again to other people. So what you want to do is, it's almost like you're not only thinking about yourself, but you're thinking about other people, other victims in the future. So when you bring that to our attention, you're getting the mental health support you need, the help you need, but you're also preventing that from happening to other people. We have some data here. As you can see, exactly the point I was talking about. We have close to 997 assailants of sexual assault that walk free. So that's a lot of people that are being put in jeopardy. A lot of times the person committing the sexual act doesn't know that that is not okay. So it's important to come to us so those conversations can be had, not just with you, but also with the person that has been accused. So it's overall helpful for you and for others.
Okay, the last topic we'll be talking about today, which is housing, okay? So international students have plenty of options when it comes to where they live while they're attending Lambton College in Toronto. Okay. The Sester College team at Lambton in Toronto is here to support you and all of our students in finding housing accommodations. We can assist students by providing information on short-term housing or long-term housing options. As you can see behind me, here's the map of the GTA, which is the Greater Toronto Area, which is provided on Moodle. So this provides links for students of a list of Toronto neighborhoods and our Lambton College in Toronto page as well. We also provide to our students valuable information as a Landlord-Tenant Act and landlord and tenant information for you.
So if you're going to have any questions having to do with housing, whether you already have housing and you're wondering if your landlord's treatment is fair or what you should do if you're looking for alternative housing, or if you don't have housing, you're looking for the first time into this, you can always email your questions to housing@sestercollege.com. Of course, you're always welcome to email us at studentservices@sestercollege.com or come see us about that. Other sources are, of course, our social media channels. So these are really good because you may not know what you don't know. So when you're adding us on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp group, you're going to see questions from other people pop up. Things that, you should have known, but you didn't think were important. And also just posts, updates. There's going to be mock scenarios that we post on Instagram, TikTok. So it's good to have these, it's good to add us on these channels so you get an even more robust source of information, okay? And that's pretty much it. That is the conclusion to our presentation, guys. So again, if you have questions, you're more than welcome to ask now. If you think of something later, you can come see us, you can shoot us an email. So please go ahead if you have any questions.
Okay, it looks like nobody has any questions. That's okay. So like Tenny said, my colleague, you're more than welcome to visit us. You can email us as well. We're here to support you. But we wanted to thank you all for attending today, whether you're here in person or online. But we just wanted to thank you, and we wish you all the best on your academic journey. GuardMe will be presented after this, okay? All right. Thank you so much.
Guys, so there might be a little bit of delay. So GuardMe presentation will start at 2:15. So if you want to grab water, head to the washroom, feel free to do that. Thank you.
All right, we're going to start the next session. It'll be a very quick one with regards to GuardMe. I would like to call on Lucia Quigley from GuardMe Health Insurance.
Thank you so much, Nick. And welcome everybody to our GuardMe session. My name, as Nicholas was saying, is Lucia Quigley. And I represent GuardMe, the insurance company that you all have a policy with as a full-time international student here at Lambton College. So to begin with, I just want to welcome everybody to Canada. It's a great experience that you're part of our education system and for you to benefit from this wonderful opportunity. So while you are here attending a full-time program at Lambton, you are covered by GuardMe. In case of an emergency and accident, that's what your coverage will take place. Now, I just want to make you aware how expensive it is, the healthcare access, if you don't have a policy either with GuardMe or through the Ontario healthcare system. So I don't want to make you scared, but I want to make you aware that GuardMe will cover for any of these expenses in the event that you face any emergency or healthcare situation. So you're fully covered, 100%. There is no deductibles, no co-payments. The overall coverage of the policy is $5 million. And all of you are covered under the GuardMe at Lambton. That's the name of the policy. This is just an overview of what the, I want to say most important benefits, but the most frequently asked questions benefits are about. Not all of them though. So I will strongly suggest that you go into the custom site and just browse, download the policy so you get familiar with the details of the information. As I mentioned, everything that is new, emergent, illness, accidents will be covered 100%. If you need prescriptions to deal with this illness, 60 days of the prescription will be covered. Ambulance, psychotherapy benefit as well. Now, for the dental aspect of the policy, there is no $5 million. It's $5,000 for accidental. You tripped, you fall, and you lost a tooth. I don't know, I'm just coming up with this. Then you will use the benefit towards this expense. If there is a pain release, if you have a cavity, if you have a bridge, if you have a root canal that needs to be done, then you use the $500 to it. Most cases, you will connect with us. We will tell you where the dentist nearby is, part of our network. You can go to any dentist and then deal with the payment and then reimbursement, or why not. There's two new benefits that have been added since maybe a year and a half ago. One is the psychotherapy. Two benefits that I'm listing here. It's a contraceptive coverage. So you have $40 every 30 days. You have to pay up front with your money and then submit the claim and get their money back. And then the maintenance of chronic condition, as well, you have $10,000 per year per policy. So if you have a condition that started prior to the start of the policy, you have $10,000 to deal and address this condition. This is just the inside of the brochure. It's available in the second floor. I have a little booth, and I'm here doing some presentations today. My coworker will be here tomorrow, and I'll be back on Wednesday to address any questions that you might have. But you can pick one up from the booth and just have a browse through it. This is also available for you to download through the custom site. Just have a glimpse at it. Just have a look at it, because we have listed here the emergency benefits. Emergency meaning you are sick, you need to go see a doctor, dental injuries and why not. But we also have the non-emergency, which is the psychotherapy, the eye exam. This one is one of the most frequently asked questions. Do I get coverage for my glasses? Not for the hardware, like I call it, not for the glass itself, but you do have a benefit for you to go and see and check your prescription once a year. So again, I welcome you to go and look at this information in the site. Any insurance policy will have exclusions. Please become familiar with those. These are just one of the most relevant, I would say, but there are quite a few. So anything that is not medically necessary, elective, will not be covered. Cosmetic, and why not? So just if you have any questions, always customer care at guard.me is the email that you should be emailing to and ask specific individual questions. If you, the policy, I forgot to mention this earlier, if you are traveling to the United States or any other country outside of Canada, you will be covered by the policy. The only exception is if you go back to your home country. So I'm from Colombia. If I go back to Colombia, I'm not covered if I get sick. Oh, well, that's an exception to the rule. I don't live in Colombia. Let's say I do live in Colombia, right? And I go back, then I will not be covered. But if I go to the States for a weekend, for a week, whatever, short vacation, I will be covered. I have to pay out of my pocket because it's an out of Canada expense. Keep the receipt. If you don't remember anything that I'm saying here today, this is one of those hint, hint. If you pay anything out of your pocket, keep the receipt and take a picture of that expense. If you lose the receipt, you will not be able to claim your money back. It's very simple. So another thing to keep in mind is be aware of the use and abuse of the alcohol and drugs, because although some of them are legal, if you are highly intoxicated and you have an event, what I call it an accident, we might rule deny the claim because you were highly intoxicated. So always use your common sense when approaching these substances. Now, this is the proof. This is the, just a visual of how the healthcare access card looks like. You will receive an email to your Lambton College email account. Your college has purchased coverage for you as of May 1st, so you are covered as of today. However, you will not receive this card until the 3rd week of May. Not to panic. If you get sick today, tomorrow, until whatever May 20 or whatever that number is, go to the doctor, any doctor, pay for the visit, keep the receipt, and then you submit the claim. And if it's considered under emergency situation, you will be refunded 100%. Now, always print that email. That I'll show you how it looks like in the email and the welcome email, because some healthcare providers will want to see the full form printed. They don't like to see the digital in your phone. So I recommend that you have both, that you have the digital but also printed and have it handy. Another piece of information that is just my advice is, if you have a buddy system, significant other, a good friend, share that piece of information, the policy number, with that person, just in the event of an emergency. If somebody needs to call GARMI on your behalf and you are unconscious, they need to know the policy number. Having said that, we can probably figure it out with more time, but if I would strongly recommend to do that. Dental offices and pharmacies, they will ask you for this card. Again, have it printed. Wow, it's raining. Again, 3rd week of May, check your Lambton College email account. Follow the steps. Download the policy, open the GARMI account. Actually, it goes backwards. Open the GARMI account and download the policy. That's how it goes. Just review the information. Make sure that your name is spelled correctly, that your date of birth is right. And then you will see when the policy starts and when the policy ends. The red arrow, just click on it, download the healthcare access card. So I repeat this, and I've been doing this for too many years. Please just follow the steps, keep an eye on this email. Nobody can do this on your behalf, only you. So this is the email, welcome email. Hi, Lucia, welcome to GARMI. At the bottom, you can see the emergency assistant, both the email address and the telephone numbers. Did I mention that the policy is applicable all throughout Canada? So it's not just here in Toronto, but if you go to Brampton, if you go to Montreal, if you go to the East or West Coast, you are fully covered. So make sure that you, when you receive this welcome email and you download your policy number, do you see the second link that says guard.me/mobile doctor? This is your second homework that I'm giving you today. Go in there and open your mobile doctor account. And the reason why I'm saying this is because how the healthcare system works here in Canada, for minor illnesses, yes, the best option probably is to go to the pharmacy and get the help from the pharmacist. However, sometimes they cannot assist you and you need to see a doctor. But it's not that severe that you need to see in person, that you need a physical examination. That's when you are going to a mobile doctor, because you can connect with them 24/7 in about 10 minutes maximum, and they can prescribe medications over the phone. And they can use the virtual option as well. So if you have any of these symptoms, you can go like with no problem to a pharmacy, and they can help you. They can even prescribe medications right there. You might have to bring your Garmi card though. So again, have that piece of paper printed. Now, after going, if you cannot be assessed or taken care of at the pharmacy, then you will call mobile doctor, and I will explain how the process goes later. Walk-in clinics, sometimes mobile doctor cannot examine your abdomen or I don't know, whatever the case is, that they actually need to touch you basically or see the situation. That's when you are going to make an appointment at a walk-in clinic. Do not go to the hospital for any of a minor event. You will be waiting there for many hours, and I'm not talking about 2 or 3. I'm talking about 7, 8, 10, and they might even send you back home if somebody else is in a worse condition than you. Our system is saturated, therefore use to your advantage the tools that you have available, meaning mobile doctor, meaning the pharmacy, okay? So I'm not saying don't go to the ER. If you're in an accident, if you're bleeding, if you can breathe, if you have massive chest pain, abdominal pain, you're not going to call mobile doctor. That just makes no sense. You need to be taken care of if you broke a bone, right? However, if something minor about migraine, the session before this, when I was just sharing that my 14-year-old daughter got very severe sunburn, probably 2nd degree, and I took, anyways, we dealt with the child at home, and then I said, no, I have to take her to a doctor to see her because I was really scared. It took me close to 3 hours at the walk-in clinic, and they didn't do anything different than what I did at home. I'm not saying that's in every case. What I'm saying is the system takes a long time to see a doctor. So don't show up at the ER because you'll be there even longer. So there are some symptoms that, yes, you need to go and see a doctor. And then you probably want to go and check what are the doctors part of our network, so you don't have to pay for the visit. I will explain to you that you have another option. You can go to any doctor and pay out of your pocket and then get the refund. But if I were you, I will go to those that are part of the network so I don't have to pay out of my own money. Like I mentioned, if you're in an accident, if you break a bone, if you're bleeding, if you can see, if you fainted, just you or somebody on your behalf could just call 911, get into an ambulance, and just go to a nearby hospital. Somebody should call us so we are aware and we can liaise with the hospital so we take care of the bill for you. Your new best friend is mobile doctor. I'm not sugarcoating it. It's really amazing because sometimes we do get sick or ill after hours during the weekends. The walk-in clinics are closed. They do work like the banks, 9 to 5, 9 to 4 even. So go on and sign up with your policy number. You can access mobile doctor anywhere in Canada. Even if you're outside of Canada, they can give you medical advice. However, they might not prescribe medication for you if you're outside of Canada, okay? But you can say, okay, what should I do? They will give you the advice needed. Everything that you speak to a doctor will be saved in the cloud, so in case you need to access that information later, you don't have to repeat again, I came here because I had a rash and I had this. And no, they pull up all the information and they can continue with the assistance. You can select, so that's how it shows the process. You register, you connect, you explain your symptoms. The doctor figures what do you need. All Lucia needs over-the-counter medication. That means Tylenol, Advil. By the way, those are not covered by the policy. And I hope you read that in the slide. Tylenol, Advil, aspirin, Alka-Seltzer, whatever. Anything that you can grab out of a shelf and pay for it will not be covered. But if you need antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, and so on, then you absolutely claim 100%. So they will ask you, Lucia, do you want your anti-inflammatory to be delivered to your home? It will take 1 business day. Or do you want it to pick it up with the next hour or 2 at the nearby pharmacy? For me, that's pretty great service. So use it. Now, sometimes you go to a walk-in clinic and you need to have x-rays or ultrasounds or further testing. Before you go and get the testing done, because you have to pay for it first, call our customer care team and get the pre-approval, or get the confirmation that the expense is going to be refunded to you. If you are heading to the hospital, give customer care a call to make sure that you don't have to pay for the visit. Just remember that third slide at the beginning of the presentation. It is expensive to go to the ER. And some ERs will have the right to say you have to pay up front. You don't want to be surprised with that bill. So contact us so we can confirm coverage and approval. This is the custom site that I've been mentioning. All the information is here. So www.guard.me/Sister College. Now, on the left side, you can see you can add dependents if you're here with your spouse and your children. This is where you go and purchase for them. You can check the policy documents. You can submit claims. You can check where the nearby family doctor, walk-in clinic, hospital, why not? Everything is in there. Now, as I mentioned, if any of you is here with your spouse and or children, heads up, they are not automatically covered by your policy. This is an individual policy. So again, accessing the healthcare system in Canada is expensive. You do not want to be without coverage. I'm not here to sell you the policy for your spouse and or children. You can buy whatever you want. However, this is probably the most inexpensive policy considering the coverage and the options you have available. It's up to you, shop around, and you ended up buying this one, I know. The policy must match your own policy. You cannot buy a policy for your spouse for less time than your own. I'm talking if you are the student. What is important to know? In order for you to purchase your spouse and your children's policy, you need your own policy. So you still have to wait until after day 10, got a date. So when you receive the welcome email and you download the policy, then you have that number, then you go into the site and purchase for them. It's pretty straightforward. However, if you need assistance with purchasing, with navigating, customer care is 24/7 available for you. This is just some options. This is what you're going to see when you check into the My Account. Again, you can submit claims. You download your car again if you lost it. You can find the documents, review them, have fun with them. They are really, it's insurance. I'm not even trying to, it's dry. It's a very dry reading. But the more you get into it, the more you know what you are entitled to. Just as a dashboard, how it looks like when you go into your account. Just review the information, as I mentioned before. Make sure your name, last name, date of birth is correct. A lot of people ask me, until when is my policy active? That's when you're going to find it. Expires on. So just have a look at it, okay? Again, in the site, you're going to find the nearby providers that are part of our network. If I were you, I would go there now and put my home address and see what is nearby. Just heads up, if you need to make an appointment at a walk-in clinic, call them ahead of time. Walk-in clinics are not so much walking anymore. They used to be that you just show up. You still have to wait, like I did 3 hours on Saturday. But sometimes they don't accept walk-ins. So if you want to go to one specific, just call them ahead of time and explain and make the appointment necessary. If you, okay, so before I get into the claim section, if you decide to go to any other walk-in clinic or any other practitioner because it's more convenient for you, you can do that. We're not forcing you to go to our doctors, but you have to pay out of your pocket and then submit a claim. So when you do that and you want your money back, you can do that online, which is the fastest way to get your money, 5 to 10 business days if everything is in order. You need to enclose and attach receipts, medical records, doctor's notes, anything that is related to the visit. There is also the option to submit via regular mail. I do not recommend that because it takes longer. It's up to you. And then you have to let us know how you want the money back. Wire transfer, direct deposit, check, if you have a Canadian bank account. If you don't have a Canadian bank account, do not select check. It's totally useless. You cannot cash a check if it's not in a Canadian bank account, or a Canadian check in a different account. I speak from experience. Make sure that you follow through the form, that you do not leave any space incomplete, and sign, date. Make sure that you tell us who are we paying. Are we paying you because you pay out of your pocket? Are we paying your significant other because they pay? Or are we paying the hospital because you went to the hospital and they gave you an invoice? You have to be responsible submitting that information, especially if you go to a hospital and they give you an invoice on your name. You are responsible for that payment, and it's your duty to submit the claim so we pay on your behalf. Otherwise, collections might come looking for you, okay? Not to put any fear into anybody, but it has happened. Okay, so that's that. Please, if you haven't taken any pictures of anything that I've said today, just take a picture of this one. It has the customer care email address and phone number for any emergencies. The custom site where you can find all the information. Again, I'll reiterate two things. You are covered now, today, May 1st. If your program starts on May 1st, you don't have to activate, you don't have to call us to activate you are already covered. But you will not receive the policy until the 3rd week of May. So please keep an eye on your Lambton College, not the Gmail, not the Yahoo, no personal email addresses. And once you get our email, follow the steps, download the policy, open the account, download the policy, and open the mobile doctor account. Why? Because it's easier to do all these things when you are not sick. If you get sick, even with the flu, with a cold, it's just so much more work to do. So do it now when you receive the email. I'm sure you are going to be sending welcome emails, blasting. You will probably receive mobile doctors, data, and why not? So that's all for me. Oh, no, I have one more. I am so sorry. So I'm recruiting for the GARMI Campus Ambassadors. So basically what we do is we welcome students to be part of our team. As an example, when I do these orientations, we have campus ambassadors that can answer general questions about GARMI, and they are on site. We train them, we do retreats. It's not a paid position, it's unpaid, but it will look great for your resume when you try to find a Canadian job. So if you are interested, just download the code and follow the steps. And that's it. Sorry, I missed that one. So any questions? I'm happy to answer the questions. And if not, I'll see you on Wednesday. Yes? That's a great question. So early arrivals is a student who is arriving to Canada before the start date of the program. However, Lambton College, we have an agreement, and if the student arrives 30 days before the start date, they have a policy in place. If you arrive 31 days, that 1 day or the 2 days, whatever, is not covered, but a month before the start date, you have coverage in place. Yes? No, you don't. No. No. Your policy, GARMI at Lambton, they have the $10,000 benefit for chronic conditions, okay? So that might help for those who have a pre-existing condition. If you want to confirm coverage at any point, connect with customer care. I would recommend that. But you guys have a $10,000 benefit that might be applicable in that case. That's right. So she's asking about the dependence policy, right? So once you receive the welcome email after day 10, around the third week of May, you get your policy number, you go into the site, you enter, say purchase policy for dependence, and you are going to make the policy match. You pay with Visa, MasterCard, or wire transfer, and done. And it will be the same. No, you cannot do anything until you get your own policy number. Sorry, which was that? Yes. I don't know. I probably wouldn't say anything about, oh, your email. Email? You will receive the welcome email into your Lambton email account. That's what I said. So not Yahoo, not Gmail. You have to check your school light. That's okay. Okay. Any more questions? You're welcome. Anyway, so my colleague Victoria will be here tomorrow, as I'm going to be at Lambton Sarnia, and I'll be back on Wednesday. So if you have any questions, in the meantime, you can check with Victoria tomorrow in person. Always you can connect with customer care. They are ready to help you and welcome to chat with you. If not, and if you want to swing by on Wednesday, I'll see you around. Okay? Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you so much for Lucia Quigley from GuardMe. Next, we are going to have a quick break, and then we're going to have our session at 2:45 from Student Services. And after that, a very interesting session, a game from Kahoot, and you can win lots of prizes from Lambton and from Student Services. And after that, we have a very most weighted session, which is meeting your program coordinators. So at that event, you can ask all the questions you have asked from student ambassadors, from your coordinators, about your class schedules, about your programs, marks, about plagiarism, everything. So it's so excited. Let's meet after the break. Okay, I would like to request everyone to have your seats because we are going to start one of another interesting session, student services. You can ask all the questions about the college and how you can do volunteering activities as well. So I would like to invite both of them.
Thank you so much. So I guess this is it for everyone attending this session. If I can have your attention, please. If you guys are here for the presentation, please have a seat. If not, if you can just keep it quiet a little bit so they can hear us. Thank you so much. Okay, so welcome to Orientation 2023. We are going to be starting with Student Services presentation. All right, so introducing your Student Services team. My name is Tenny, and this is the lovely Caroline. So you're going to be seeing us throughout your academic journey here. You're going to come see us a lot. You're going to see us around campus. When you're emailing, we are going to be answering your emails. So you're going to run into us a lot, and we would love to meet each and every one of you. So please do come see us and talk to us if you need help throughout your academic career here. Just a brief schedule of what it's going to be like this week. Of course, today, tomorrow, Wednesday, we're going to be presenting for different groups of programs. And then on Thursday, we're going to be specifically talking about student portals. So these are various student portals that you're going to use for various purposes. Each one is different. We're going to go through it, what to click, where to click to get what document, what piece of information. So if you guys want to bring your devices on Thursday to kind of follow along with us, that'll help a lot, versus later on trying to figure out or remember what we presented on that.
Okay, so welcome to Student Services. This is a presentation for all of our new students. So thank you for attending today with us. For today's agenda, we'll inform you how to contact your student services team and areas of advisement and services that we offer you. Perfect. So on the screens behind me, students can access information regarding the Student Services Department on Moodle. As you can see behind me, we have a view of the Student Services section on Moodle. To access any information relating to Student Services Department, you can see the red icon, which indicates the Student Services tab, which is just at the top of the Moodle homepage. Click there to access the page.
For the guys at the back, if you could please just keep quiet a little bit so people that are here for the presentation can hear us. Thank you so much, guys. You may have heard this before, but there are people that are hearing this for the first time. All right, so how do you contact student services? There's multiple platforms that we use. You can always come see us in person. We recommend this. If it's more of a conversation that you need to have, if there's a lot of details you need to disclose, if you want more of a personalized advice, it's always good to come see us. We're located in this building. Our offices are in this building. You're going to go close to where the reception desk is. There's an iPad there. You can sign up on the iPad and we will call you in. Usually the wait times are about 10 minutes, if not more. It depends on the person, who's already in there, how long they're going to take. But again, usually 10, 15 minutes. It does not take a long time. And you guys can decide when you want to come see us. We're available Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. There's other ways, if one-on-one is not your cup of tea, you can always send us an email, especially for like a quick answer. You're going to email studentservices@sestercollege.com. And you're going to use your My Lambton email address. And when you do email, make sure to also include, your name, your program, your student ID, whatever detail you think is going to help us answer your question. And what is student services? A lot of times people don't know specifically what we do. We're going to go into specific areas of advising, but essentially what we are, just think of it as an information hub. We spend a lot of time gathering information about what different departments of the school do. And when you come to us, even if it's any question you don't know if we can help with or not, but it's that you don't know where to go to for that piece of information, you come to us. We may be able to directly help you and provide that piece of information. If not, we're going to know exactly which department we need to forward your inquiry to. So it's really useful to come see us even if you have no idea whether we can help you with that or not. So again, Caroline is going to go into that in a little bit more detail, but generally we help students with their academic issues. We also help with personal issues like mental health. We refer you, to college policies, college departments, college resources, community resources. So I'm going to have Caroline go over the specifics of what we help with.
Thank you, Tenny. So the categories of services we offer are academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. We will be going through each category now. So, as student services, we provide academic support, such as information relating to college policies. We provide insight into the procedure and objectives of the policies. We provide tutoring service referrals, which allows students to connect with the department to provide study resources, writing, and language assistance, and reaching the students' academic goals. With grade appeals, any students registered at Sester College may appeal a grade awarded in a course or any judgment decision made regarding with the student's learning, competencies, or graduation from a program of study. For further information, you can refer to the student policies regarding grade appeals. Next, registration and the finance team are here to assist you with program and course registration, tuition and fee payments, grade assessment, transfer opportunities, student records and convocation, and graduation information. So as you can see on the slide here, for registration and finance, you will need to, students can email the registration team at registration@sestercollege.com for any registration or finance inquiries. Please only send one email. Please ensure that you're emailing the registration department from your My Lambton account. Such as you can also talk to the registration team about academic scheduling, breaks and leaves, transfer credits. So students who wish to apply for transfer credits from a previous educational institution should follow the transfer credit application process. Dates and deadlines. You can refer to the important dates portion mentioned on the Lambton and Toronto website. And all of your fee receipts, these can be found on your My Lambton portal.
Program progression checklist. So I'm going to encourage everyone to go on your Sester database. You're going to download your program map. This is really useful to refer back to when you want to know what are the courses I'm going to take next semester. How about the semester after that? When is my academic break? What do I need to graduate? In the case that you fail courses, you want to know how is that going to impact the next semester. So on your program map, it's not only going to show all of the courses that you have to take for each semester, but it's going to show which course is the prerequisite to which course. What are the core requisites of that course? So a lot of useful information for you to refer back to. So print it out, save it on your computer just to constantly refer back to. If you have any questions, you're supposed to be adhering to your program map. If you, for whatever reason, you fail, you can't follow it, you come see us so we can offer alternative options to you or kind of what to do next sort of thing. And student account updates. So you're going to want to update your personal information on your Sester database. So a lot of students have their addresses from back home uploaded on their Sester database. So make sure to go on there, update it to your Canadian address, Canadian phone number. Should something happen to you, especially an emergency, the school needs to contact you. We can't if we don't have updated information. Also, if you're gonna update information on Sester database, like your address, please make sure to do the same on your My Lambton portal. So information should be updated on both portals. Other things you're going to do in terms of updating your information, you're going to upload your study permit and work permit. Not everybody has a work permit, that's okay. If you do have one, please upload it there. Study permit, make sure always your most updated recent study permit is uploaded on the SESTR database. Should you not be able to upload it because there's technical issues and whatever, you can always email studentservices@sestrcollege.com, or sorry, registration@sestrcollege.com, and they're going to take care of that for you. In terms of passport updates, please do email us at studentservices@sestrcollege.com. Conduct and complaints. So what is this about? Again, encouraging everyone, go on your Lambton College website. Student policies, you're going to download your student rights and responsibilities. A lot of times, students don't do this until something happens. Then all of a sudden you have this really huge document to read while you're in an anxiety-producing situation. So what this policy does is going to introduce you to what you're entitled to in school in terms of how others treat you, how professors treat you, how college faculty treats you, and also how are you supposed to treat these bodies of, you know, students, other students in your class, your instructors, faculty. So it's really good to read that. And also, if you have any questions, you can come to us about it. Regarding complaints, if you're being harassed, if you're being bullied, if someone's treating you unfairly, if you're in a threatening situation, you need to come talk to us about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk you through the policy. What are the forms you have to fill out? What are the questions you need to answer? So you go about it the right way, right? And there's zero policy in the college for retaliation and backlash. So we have really strict protocols so that when you do bring something to our attention, there's going to be zero chance that someone's going to, try to retaliate. So there's no tolerance for that type of behavior, which it makes it perfect and encourages students to come to us with these issues.
Thank you, Tenny. So this slide behind me, it talks about the student council. So the student council team is a group of selected students who collaborate with students to impact their school community. The goal of the student council is to have a representative from a list of following programs. Students who are interested in participating as a student council representative should apply. The students in the council can lead the way to positive change. All council representatives are required to maintain a good academic standing with a minimum GPA of 2.8 and to be present at all student council meetings and to act with integrity, professionalism, and exemplary conduct at all times. Okay, so the next slide is about mental health. So we assist our students with mental health concerns. We're here to support all our students with personal academic counseling. We can refer our students to the appropriate organizations that can help their concerns. As student services, we promote health and wellness, and we provide access to resources in the GTA, the Greater Toronto area, pertaining to mental health and wellness, including hospitals and clinics. So, behind me, we will be giving you an overview of the support services we offer for mental health, sexual violence, and assault supports, and housing information.
All right, so why do you come to us with mental health issues? Two reasons. One, it's always good to talk to someone about it that's not a friend, a family member. Not that those are bad sources of information, but I've heard this a lot. Students will come and say, my friends are saying, just be positive. Why are you making a big deal out of this? Just ignore it, it'll go away. We're all dealing with the same issue. Why are you special? So the college takes mental health really seriously. Just like you go to the doctor because you're physically ill, the same thing could happen to your mind. So it's important to take this issue seriously. Come talk to us about it. What we're going to do is, outside of just talking, we're going to refer you to the proper source. So these are staff at the college that are mental health certified that can give you a little bit more of a detailed support. There's also community sources. So we have an extensive database of community sources that can help you. Each community source is going to be more specialized in a certain mental health category. So when you come to us and we know your issue, we can just kind of make it easier for you, filter out the information and refer you to the proper source. And so up there you can see some email addresses of college staff that are mental health certified. So you can email any of these staff members, request an appointment in person, online, to get in touch with them and get that personalized mental health support, okay? So that would be Ash, Brian, Olga, Peter, and Prince. Mental health. Why should you bring it up? Why should you talk about it? Why is it important? A lot of times, like I said, students won't talk about it because it's a taboo topic. It shows weakness. It shows, you're not a positive person. All of these topics all of these issues that people say to you regarding mental health, they're myths. They're not true. When you do come talk to us, you're being proactive about it. Ignoring mental health issues, it's not going to make it go away. You want to get help. You want to get better so that it's not going to affect your academics. It's not going to affect your future. It by no means presents you as a weak person, or there's no shame or guilt associated with it. A lot of people have mental health struggles, but they don't address it, and it just collects in your mind and it gets worse and worse. So you want to avoid that. If anything, by coming up, you're being proactive, and by talking about it, you're being proactive.
So, we are here to support our students by promoting healthy and safe relationships for both men and women. It's okay to ask for help. We're here to provide our students with advocacy and awareness. If you or someone you know may have experienced or are further interested in learning about sexual assault and or sexual violence, you can contact Victoria, which is in the email stated behind me on the slide. So if you have any questions or concerns, you could definitely speak out to her, or you can reach out to your student services team. On this slide, we're going to be talking about sexual offenses defined. So there's 4 types of sexual harassment. It could be verbal, such as sexual jokes, rumors, name-calling, threats, harassing phone calls, pressuring someone into sexual acts. It could be nonverbal, display of sexual pictures, photos, obscene gestures, body language, and whistling. Written, such as sexual graffiti, notes, emails, Facebook, and other social media platforms. Physical, for sexual conduct, grabbing, pinching, and fondling as an example. Impact of online sexual harassment includes, but not limited to, sexual harassment of this kind can make a person feel any of the following: threatened or scared, exploited, coerced, that their dignity is violated, humiliated or degraded, shamed or judged, upset, sexualized, discriminated against because of their gender or sexual orientation, or feeling guilty, or that they are to blame.
So in terms of sexual assault, in general, also about staying safe. You're in a new country, there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of laws. So what you want to do is go on your Moodle. All Term 1 students are enrolled in modules. They're going to be called Staying Safe. There's different components to these modules that you have to complete. It's a set of readings you do, then questions you answer. It may seem like, oh gosh, another thing I have to do. I'm so busy, I'm starting my classes. It's better to do these modules and know these information beforehand than when you encounter an issue and all of a sudden now you have to think of the proper source to go to. So you want to, again, be proactive, do the research beforehand. In the modules, there's going to be a lot of helpful links to websites that you can save. Should you run into these issues, then you can refer back to them. So the issues that the modules the readings will include issues like mental health, housing, consent, this idea of consent when it comes to sexual acts, labor exploitation. How do you know the way that your employer is treating you is fair or not? So these modules are really going to help you. Cybersecurity. How do you know the emails that you got is legitimate? How do you know the personal information you're providing to that source you're allowed to provide? It's safe to provide. And just general safety. You're going to learn about all of that. So again, it's a good idea to go on your Moodle and do these modules. Again, barriers in disclosure, I think I touched on this a little bit beforehand. A lot of times people don't come to us with important issues because having to do with their safety, because there's a lot of shame and guilt associated with it. There's a lot of peer pressure, a lot of opinions from unreliable sources stopping them to do that. So when you're coming to see us, it's all confidential. What you're gonna get is facts. You're not gonna get myths, you're not gonna get rumors, you're gonna get reliable information. And also, it's just comforting to talk to someone that doesn't have any relation to you, because that person is going to be the most objective person. You know, I'm not saying you shouldn't listen to your friends, sure, but that information that your friend is telling you is very based on their own experiences. Whereas what we offer, it's non-biased, it's factual. Again, especially having to do with sexual assault. As you can see with the data up here, a lot of times sexual assault victims, as well as people that commit sexual assault, they walk free, right? So not only when you come to us with issues like that, you're helping yourself, you're getting the proper mental resources to deal with it, but you're also helping other students, other people that may be the potential next victim. So this is bigger than you, right? So it's always good to come disclose this information with us. It's confidential. We're going to make sure there's zero backlash, there's zero retaliation. We're going to investigate it so everything is dealt with properly so that there's no harm to you. It's not going to be reporting it, it's not going to be hurting you. If anything, it's going to be helping you and other students.
Thank you, Tenny. So now we'll be going to housing, which is our next topic. So international students have plenty of options when it comes to where to live while attending Lambton College in Toronto. The Sester College team at Lambton in Toronto is here to support our students in finding housing accommodations. We can assist students by providing information on short-term housing options or long-term housing options. Here is a map of the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, which is provided on Moodle to provide links for students on a list of Toronto neighborhoods and our Lambton College in Toronto page. We also provide to our students valuable information such as the Landlord and Tenant Act and landlord and tenant information.
Okay, so we're going to go over where do you go to for your housing questions. So, you know, whether you're already living, you know, you've rented a place, you're looking to rent a place, you're looking to move, you want resources, you want help, you have questions, you're going to contact housing@sestercollege.com. Of course, you're more than welcome to email student services at sestercollege.com if there's other inquiries or if you rather get in touch with us. And other resources are social media platforms. So these are really helpful because sometimes you may think you know everything about a certain topic, but social media platforms, there's a lot of questions that get posted on there. So it's really helpful to get answers to questions you didn't even know you had. And there's a lot of updates. There's a lot of scenarios and kind of, you know, fun little posts. It's good to just have us added to your social media platform so you don't even think about it. You're just getting that update. You're being proactive. And that is it. That's our student services presentation. Thank you so much for listening. So this is the question portion. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask us. If you cannot think of any, you can always just shoot us an email later or come see us later. That's always welcome. So work permit is different than the co-op work permit. So work permit, a lot of students, yes, if they have a co-op term, and when they're, you know, if they're eligible to go into their co-op term, then they would apply for a co-op work permit. However, if you know, are proactive and you already have that permit, feel free to upload that. But I believe you should get in touch with co-op advisor regarding where should you upload your co-op work permit? How does the process for that work? But in the case that so we're not talking about co-op, if you have a regular work permit, that's what you should be uploading on the Sester database if you have it. But it's not the same as a co-op work permit. Any other questions? Okay, that's it, I guess. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, so thank you guys so much for visiting us today and listening to our presentation. If you have any questions for the Student Services Department, you can come see us. We're here to service you all the time, and you can email us as well. Thank you guys so much. Have a nice day, okay? Bye.
I would like to thank you for the Student Service Department. And next will be a break. And please make sure to be seated by 3:45 for the interesting game from Kahoot. Thank you.
All right, we're going to start in 5 minutes, some games. So you need a phone for this one. So we have some prizes from Tim Hortons, from Lambton College, some gear, some water bottles. But there will only be 3 winners for this one, okay? So in 5 minutes, we have Colin from the academic department who will be leading the games for the week. And every day we have games, all right? But towards the end. But after the games, you guys will meet your program coordinators in the classrooms that are designated for all the programs, okay? So in 4 minutes, we'll start the game.
All right, everybody. So my name is Colin, for those of you who don't know me, and we're going to be playing some games right now. And this game is called Kahoot. If you're not familiar with it, all you need is your phone, and you can either take the QR code or punch in the game pin at kahoot.it. And I'm just going to give everyone a few minutes to join. I see people are already joining, so this is very good. And these are going to be questions about things that you learned today, for the most part. Things you learned today and things about CESTAR's campus. Okay. Already 25 people. Oh, and by the way, there are prizes for the top 3 winners. So if you get on the podium, you get a prize. All right, I see people are still coming in, so I'll give you a moment. Yeah. Okay. Is anyone still trying to get in? Get into the game? No? There's still people coming in. All right, what time are we at? All right, I think we're good to start. Oh. So if you're just arriving, we're about to play Kahoot, so feel free to join. 1 more minute. And we'll get started. Even if we've already started, though, you should still be able to join the game. You'll just be at a slight disadvantage. So for those of you who don't know, the way this works is there's going to be a question that comes up, and it's usually going to be a multiple choice question, although some of them are true and false. And on your phone, you'll see different colors. You'll see, like, I think it's green, yellow, red, and blue. And you choose the correct color that corresponds with the correct answer. Just pay attention, because sometimes you can select multiple answers on certain questions. But basically, the person who answers correct the fastest gets the most points. So this is about speed and also knowledge. So I think we're ready to go. Yep, we can get started. You can still join, I think. So here's our summer orientation quiz. And the first question. Multi-select, you can select multiple things. Which of the following is a Lambton College in Toronto initiative for students? Choose all that apply. Okay. Most of you got it right. Free iPhones is not initiative, so don't expect a free iPhone. Or you can go to the next one. All right, the next question. Oh, wait. So right now we have Kmos is in first, although Silver is right behind him. They're tied. All right, we can go to the next one. True or false? All Term 1 classes are online for the first 2 weeks of the semester. Wow, lots of answers. Almost all of you said true, and you're correct. So still a close game so far. Kmos is still in the lead, but Urik is close behind him. So next question. And just a little information, all Term 1 classes are online for the first 2 weeks, so those of you who guessed true, you were correct. And starting May 23rd, many classes will switch to in-person, but some will remain online, so just make sure that you're paying attention to whether your course stays online. So next, we can go to the next slide. When contacting the college by email, I should always include my... What should you include on your email for us to know you? Almost all of you are correct. Name, student number, and program. We do not need your passport or country of origin. All right, 39 players are on a streak. Camus still in the lead, and Urich still following. Next question. How many emails should you send to different departments and faculty members? Just one. Just one. And if we go to the next slide, just to see, I think Camus is still in the lead. So mostly the same leaders here. But the next slide, I thought there was, how long should you await a response for your email? Ooh, a little all over the place here, but up to 5 business days is the correct answer. So wait until for 5 business days. And I think Camus is still, a little bit of change here. Berkey's coming behind Camus, but he's still in the lead. And so the ticketing system, the way it works is that you only have 3 tickets. So just be a little mindful about how many emails you send to different departments, right? So just to I'll let you all know, don't be sending emails constantly to student services, for instance. So next question, how much do on-campus tutoring services cost? Lots of questions, lots of answers. Absolutely nothing, it's free. You're all correct, for the most part. So you don't need to pay for the tutoring center, and the tutoring center, by the way, is right up the stairs and to my right. And Camus is still in the lead, looking nice. Next question. Multi-select, you can select multiple things. Student work is reported for academic dishonesty if and they're all correct. If you do any of these things, if you do your work with any of these things, it is considered plagiarized, and you will see my colleague Mark. You do not want to see Mark, although he is very nice. All right, mostly the same leaders, but there's some movement. It's looking very interesting. If you have any questions regarding immigration, whom should you contact? Yes, the college's licensed immigration advisor. So those of you who were at the Canadian Culture and Immigration session, we have a licensed immigration advisor. So if you have any questions, please contact our advisor, Zoe. Oh, Camus is out of the lead. He's not even on the leaderboard. All right, this is interesting. And like I said, if you have any questions, contact Zoe. Her email address is right here. So she is our on-campus certified immigration advisor. And our next question. If you experience mental health issues, culture shock, or sexual violence, which college supports can you turn to? Okay, so all of the above. Those of you who chose blue, you chose wrong. So this is something to be very careful of. And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to expect some change here. Okay, Akanksha is in the lead. Okay. Sorry, I mispronounced your name first. Aditya is close behind, and Berkey is back in the leaderboard. So, by the way, if you are a student ambassador, thank you. If you're a student ambassador and you're playing, we are glad that you're playing, but unfortunately, the prizes only go to the first-term students that are here. So, you will not win a prize if you're a student ambassador. But if we go to the next question. Oh, yeah. Well, so we're here to help, and we have many different support services and resources that will help you if you're going through something. So just make sure that you contact student services or any other relevant supports if you need any help. So our next question, multi-select. What sorts of things can you get at Tim Hortons? Check all that apply. And if you chose any of them, you were right. You can get any of these things at Tim Hortons. So, ooh, still a change. Am I pronouncing that right? And Urich is close behind, and Berkey in third. So a lot of change in our leaderboard today. So next question, where on campus is Tim Hortons? Were any of you exploring today? The first floor of Building A, most of you were right. So the building across the way, the first floor, there is a Tim Hortons. And it's open, I believe, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And is still in the lead, followed by Urich and Berkey, so no change in the leaderboard. So like I said, in Building A, we have Tim Hortons, and feel free to go there if you need to be woken up with some coffee. So next slide. That's okay. So what is the minimum GPA you need to be eligible for co-op? If you went to your co-op session today. Almost everyone, 2.8 GPA. Very good. So a little change. Smiley face is in third place. All right, next question. Where can you find material for courses as well as important information on college policies and services? Almost everyone, correct. Moodle. Yes, Moodle is very important. It is your lifeline, so make sure you are logging in regularly. And now let's see the winners. And before we proceed, if you are on the podium, if you're first, second, or third, just keep your phone open so that you can prove to me that you won. It's very important. But let's see the winners. So in third place, Berkey. Second place, And who is in first? Urich. Oh, smiley face didn't make it. All right, so Urich, and Berkey, come up. Just make sure you have your, make sure you have it saved. Oh, who's smiley face? Smiley face. There you go. Third place, smiley face. An ambassador beat you. And second place, I think that's how you say that. Oh, second place? Awesome. Congratulations. Yep. Let's just make sure. There you are, yeah. And we're still waiting for first place. Urich, there he is. Congratulations, first place. Awesome. Yep. Yeah. So now get underneath your, so Urich and, yeah, get underneath your name. Yep. And your smiley face, but don't worry about it. One step forward. You're good? Okay. All right, well, thank you everyone for playing. Congratulations to our winners. Give them a round of applause. All right, so, yep. So up next, we have our program coordinator sessions. You can meet your program coordinator, learn a little bit more about your program, and you can ask some specific questions to your coordinator. So SCMT, you are in room 126 over here. OHST, room 127. PMLT, room 128. AHCT, room 221. LAQT, room 223. And PMIT, room 225. So for those rooms that start with 2, you're on the second floor.
Thank you so much, and hope you guys enjoy the day. Hope to see you guys in the next following days. We still have our food truck on Thursday and Friday. But before going home today, please meet your program coordinators. Very important. Thank you, guys. And volunteers, if we can clean up all the stations. Volunteers, please go around and let's fix all the stations and clean up. And then after this, please make sure all your stations are good, and then we can start going home. If your station is good, volunteers, we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a great day. That's awesome.